Chapter 1299. My lord, the King of Song's men will be arriving soon. Su Shixian bowed. Reporting. While the two of them were talking, a guard of the Wang clan suddenly rushed into the room. My lord, the captain of the King of Song Residence's guard, Luo Jin, requests an audience. Let him in. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he waved his hand. A few moments later, a black-bearded man more than 9 meters tall, armed with armor and wielding a spear, swiftly strode into the room. Your Highness, the King of Song has a letter for me to personally deliver to Your Highness. Luo Jin bowed and presented the letter to Wang Chong with both hands. The King of Song said that this matter is extremely important, so he had me personally deliver it. Wang Chong took the letter and slid his finger across it, taking out the letter. With just a glance, Wang Chong's expression flickered. This letter was covered in a ghastly red stain. At that moment, Wang Chong vaguely thought of something, and his heart trembled. Opening the letter, Wang Chong continued to read. This letter was a routine report from the spy that the King of Song had placed at King Qi's side, reporting what he had seen of King Qi's daily life. Although King Qi had always been careful and left no trace, his efforts had paid off. In the end, he had managed to eavesdrop on the information he wanted. By chance, he had managed to eavesdrop on a conversation between King Qi and one of his close advisors and advisors. The conversation had inadvertently brought up the topic of the Confucian sect. The advisor had mentioned many times that King Qi was helping the Confucian sect, that he was in a subordinate position, and that the officials of the court were likely to look down on him. But King Qi did not care. Moreover, the advisor had mentioned that the Confucian sect had an enormous background and terrifying strength. It had many powerful opponents, even peak saint martial experts and great generals. King Qi saw that the other party was very strong and could help deal with the Wang clan and the King of Song, so he decided to cooperate with him. Moreover, Prince Qi had mentioned in his conversation with his advisors that the Confucian sect was actively making preparations. In the near future, they would make a major move in the imperial court. If they succeeded, they would completely alter the structure of the court. Buzz. Seeing this, Wang Chong's heart shook fiercely. The structure of the imperial court had undergone a massive transformation even before he had withdrawn from Khorasan. Many officials in the King of Song's faction, whether they were civil officials or military generals, either defected or were transferred out of the capital to various prefectures of the Tang dynasty. Many unfamiliar faces were transferred to the royal court. From this point of view, the structure of the imperial court had undergone a great change. Wang Chong found it hard to imagine. If this wasn't a huge change, then what was? What was a complete change in the structure of the imperial court? In a flash, Wang Chong felt an intense sense of danger. Wang Chong continued to read, but the letter came to an abrupt end at this point. Wang Chong stood in a daze, his mind in turmoil for a long time. What happened to the scout sent by the King of Song? After a long while, Wang Chong suddenly said, "His whereabouts are unknown. The King of Song has already sent people to search for him," Luo Jin said. Luo Jin said. A hint of sadness flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. When he saw that mouthful of blood on the letter, he had already guessed at what had happened. Although King Qi was conceited, he was also paranoid, and he had many people at his side to assist him. The spy sent by the King of Song had probably already been discovered. Thank the King of Song for me. Su Shixian, arrange for someone to send some money to his family, and then find some people to search for him. See if we can find him and rescue him. Wang Chong said. Although the chances were slim, as long as there was even a chance, they should not give up. This subordinate understands. Su Shixian and Luo Jin quickly left. As for Wang Chong, he stood in his study, lost in thought. He had originally believed that, with the assistance of the King of Song and his participation in the regency, there wouldn't be too many problems. At the very least, he would be able to veto any unreasonable proposals. But now, it seemed that things would not be so simple. At the very least, since King Qi and the Confucian sect dared to act in such a way, daring to completely alter the structure of the imperial court, they were certain that they would succeed. It seems that I can no longer remain uninvolved in the affairs of the imperial court. At the very least, I have to do my best to participate in the early stages. This way, the King of Song will have someone to look after in the imperial court, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. With this thought in mind, Wang Chong quickly left the study. Days passed. 3 days later, Wang Chong bathed and changed into a crimson imperial robe. Under the attentions of his entourage, he walked out of the Wang family residence. Outside the residence, a magnificent carriage inlaid with gold was waiting. Whoosh! The sky was dark, the first rays of dawn spitting out from the east. At almost the same moment, a messenger pigeon flew through the air and landed in Wang Chong's hand. Wang Chong only glanced at it before crushing the letter into a ball. Is everything prepared? Wang Chong calmly asked. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. The King of Song's carriage is waiting at the palace gate. Once your Highness arrives, we will head to the imperial court together. Su Shixian bowed. Wang Chong grunted and nodded. He raised the curtain and stepped into the carriage. Hiya! With a shout, the carriage rolled forward and immediately headed for the palace gate. Around an hour later, Wang Chong's carriage finally arrived at the gate of the imperial city. There, an ornately carved carriage was waiting. The image of an imperial dragon on the carriage clearly indicated the identity of its occupant. Although all the kings of the Tang dynasty used the image of an imperial dragon, each of them had a different design. Only the King of Song had this kind of golden embroidery. My lord. The moment Wang Chong's carriage appeared, a slightly bowed figure quickly stepped forward. It was none other than Luo Zhen, whom Wang Chong had met once before. The King of Song is already waiting for your Highness. Wang Chong nodded and quickly entered the King of Song's carriage. Hiya! The moment Wang Chong entered, the carriage wheels began to move slowly toward Taiha Palace. Only the King of Song, who had inherited a golden medallion from the previous King of Song, could ride his carriage to any place other than Taiha Palace and the imperial harem. This was something that only the King of Song could enjoy. Have you read the information I gave you? The King of Song suddenly asked, his back leaning against the carriage, his expression cold. I have. Wang Chong nodded and sat down across from the King of Song. This time, their target is He Qingrong. No matter what, we can't let them succeed. He Qingrong was a second-rank official of the imperial court and an important advisor at the King of Song's side. He had the authority to participate in politics in the imperial court. The King of Song's influence in the imperial court had already been weakened by the Confucians, but after a brief period of silence, the Confucians had once more set their sights on the left and right arms of the King of Song. He Qingrong has been in the imperial court for many years. This time, they're using the excuse of preventing floods and irrigation in Jiangnan to transfer him out of the capital. Jiangnan is prone to floods, and every year during the rainy season, the floods become a disaster. The imperial court has always had the intention to control them, so not too long ago, a resolution was finally passed to invest 3 million taels of gold in the large-scale construction of canals and irrigation projects to divert the tributaries of the Jingqiu River. At the time, I felt that this was a good thing for the country and the people, so I did not stop them. However, I didn't expect that they had ulterior motive. In the end, they set their sights on Bright Minister He Qingrong. He Qingrong was originally from Jiangnan, so they hoped to use this opportunity to transfer He Qingrong out of the capital. Today's court session was held to discuss this matter. The King of Song sternly said, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. From the construction of canals in Jiangnan to the transfer of He Qingrong out of the capital, these people had been closely interlocking and pressing forward step by step. Not even the King of Song had expected these people to be so thoughtful and far-sighted. Any official should be able to take on the task of constructing canals and irrigation projects in Jiangnan. Even if He Qingrong was originally from Jiangnan, there's no need to send him out of the capital to manage the project. Wang Chong sat upright and still, a stern expression on his face. In normal circumstances, there's naturally no need, so they sent some people from He Qingrong's hometown to request that He Qingrong be returned to his hometown and manage the irrigation project. They even helped him prepare the inscriptions on the stele. The He clan has always been a major clan of Jiangnan, and many people have petitioned. King Qi is currently using this matter to get He Qingrong to leave. Although this matter is different from being demoted, and he can still be transferred back to the capital, the irrigation project will take a very long time, at least 2 to 3 years. By then, the imperial court will have already decided, and it will be too late. The King of Song said with a solemn expression. The intrigue, deceit, and schemes in the court were far more complicated than one could imagine. Even the King of Song, who had been in the court for decades, could not be sure that he would not fall into someone else's trap. Even if it's a request from a fellow villager, He Qingrong can still reject it. The country is the most important, and the feelings of one's fellow countrymen cannot be placed above the country. Wang Chong said in a deep voice. It's not that simple. If that's the case, He Qingrong can indeed refuse. But with the request from the townsfolk and He Qingrong's mother being seriously ill, everything is different. The King of Song said with a hint of worry between his brows. Buzz. Wang Chong's entire body trembled at these words. He truly had not expected this at all. The Central Plains was different from the barbarians. Filial piety was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so of all virtues, filial piety came first. If the townsfolk wished, He Qingrong could choose not to return, but if he did not return from his mother's illness, he would be considered unfilial. In every dynasty, he would inevitably be attacked, and when the time came, He Qingrong might not even be able to hold an official position. He Qingrong is a second-rank official, a loyal official of the court. Why is his mother in Jiangnan when he's an official? Wang Chong asked. He Qingrong once tried to have his mother move to the capital, but the old woman missed her hometown and was unwilling to leave Jiangnan. Moreover, all her relatives were there, so He Qingrong couldn't do anything. The King of Song couldn't help but sigh. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. Neither of them said a word. You've investigated Jiangnan? Why is the timing so coincidental? Jiangnan is undergoing irrigation works, and He Qingrong's mother happens to be seriously ill? A few moments later, Wang Chong opened his eyes and said. He still felt that there was something fishy about this matter. The fact that He Qingrong's mother was seriously ill was far too coincidental. Wang Chong instinctively sensed that this matter was man-made. Chapter 1300. The King of Song raised his head and glanced at Wang Chong, a ripple of emotion in his eyes. You have a good feeling. We sent people to Jiangnan to investigate, and they found that He Qingrong's mother wasn't seriously ill. She just caught a cold, and the villagers bewitched her, coupled with her longing for her son, resulted in her being seriously ill. At this point, Wang Chong finally frowned. This matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. He Qingrong's mother missed her son, so He Qingrong was completely capable of taking a leave of absence to visit his family, whether it was for 2 months or longer. It was clear that someone with ulterior motives had used this matter. Gulp. As they were speaking, the carriage came to a stop. It had finally arrived at the gate of Supreme Harmony, and up ahead was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Wang Chong and the King of Song returned, their expressions solemn as they disembarked from the carriage. Let's go in first. When the time comes, we'll act according to the circumstances. No matter what, we have to get the other officials to take charge of the irrigation works. At the same time, we have He Qingrong go back to visit his family. The King of Song said. Wang Chong grunted and nodded. The King of Song had said exactly what he had been thinking, and the two of them were of the same mind. The hall of supreme harmony soared into the clouds, and the pair walked up a long stairway made of white jade into the hall of supreme harmony. All the officials had gathered in the hall of supreme harmony. Buzz! When Wang Chong and the King of Song walked into the hall together, the entire hall buzzed with chatter, countless gazes focusing on the red-robed Wang Chong. It's him! Something's probably going to happen today. All eyes were filled with apprehension as they stared at the chilling Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong had been a general, the disbandment of the prefectural armies and Zhang Chaoshu had shown everyone just how formidable he was. Although it had been a long time since he had attended court, Wang Chong still wielded enormous influence in the imperial court. King of foreign lands. When they saw Wang Chong, Beacon General Jiang Yunrang and the other generals all looked over with joy. Yes. Wang Chong nodded and greeted everyone. He quickly shifted his gaze and looked in another direction. At first glance, Wang Chong quickly noticed the Prince of Qi by the coiling dragon pillar. The Prince of Qi had his arms crossed. When Wang Chong looked over, the Prince of Qi also looked over. In that instant, the corners of King Qi's mouth curled up as he sneered, a faint trace of complacency appearing in his eyes. At that moment, a hint of worry flitted across Wang Chong's brow. However, before Wang Chong could make things difficult for him, Prince Qi had already turned his head. Facing the ceiling of the hall, he closed his eyes, appearing indifferent and disinclined to pay any attention to Wang Chong. Humph! Wang Chong ignored him and turned his gaze elsewhere. The civil and military officials in the hall had not changed. Now that the King of Song had obtained the power to assist the government, he had already overruled many of the decisions made against the generals and civil officials under him. But perhaps it was just his imagination, but when he looked at those unfamiliar officials that the Confucian sect had placed in the imperial court, although they were still expressionless, Wang Chong sensed that they were a little different from before. As his gaze continued to move, Wang Chong once more saw a familiar figure seated on a large sandalwood chair in the upper right corner of the hall. Ever since Wang Chong had rebuked him in the court debate and almost caused him to faint from anger, the Grand Preceptor had not appeared in court for a very long time. But now the Grand Preceptor once more appeared in court. He sat on the large wooden armchair, his back to Wang Chong. He was motionless, his eyes closed as if he was taking a nap. It was clear that he had no intention of paying any attention to Wang Chong. Buzz! The sight of the Grand Preceptor's back caused Wang Chong's brow to rise. The Grand Preceptor cared a great deal about his face, and after being rebuked by Wang Chong in court, the Grand Preceptor had lost all his face. Thus, he had not appeared in court for a very long time. Unless there was a special matter, this sort of person would never appear and become an official of the same court as Wang Chong. Is it because of He Qingrong? Wang Chong quietly said to himself. But deep inside, Wang Chong had a feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Wang Chong's gaze swept over Bright Minister He Qingrong and Prime Minister Li Linfu, and he immediately heard a shrill voice at his ear. The first prince has arrived. Pa! With the crack of the whip, all the civil and military officials immediately fell silent. Under the gazes of the crowd, the eldest imperial prince Liang strode out from the side of the great hall, escorted by several silk-robed eunuchs and golden guards. Paying respects to the first prince. Upon seeing the first prince, everyone bowed and paid their respects. The first prince lifted his robes and sat down on the throne that represented the sacred emperor at the top of the hall. His gaze was disdainful and his aura was vigorous. Perhaps it was because he had sat on the dragon throne and was managing the court in the sage emperor's place, but the first prince was gradually beginning to exude the aura of an emperor that only a person of the sage emperor could have. His gaze swept over the court like lightning, pausing on Wang Chong for a moment before quickly withdrawing. Ministers, if you have something to report, make a memorial. If not, dismiss. A shrill voice resounded through the hall. At the first prince's side, replacing eunuch Gaulisher's seat, was a white-haired, white-bearded eunuch. His body was thin, and his 5 fingers were like hooks. Although he gave off no aura, his eyes exuded a sharp light, exuding an unfathomable aura. He was clearly a top-class expert of the imperial palace. "Your Highness, this subject has a memorial." In the main hall, an official stepped forward and began the daily agenda. The Holy Emperor had retired into the depths of the palace, leaving the first prince to manage the affairs of the state. Other than the change in person, there was not much difference. The affairs of the court were complicated and involved the various provinces and counties. This was not Wang Chong's forte, so after listening for a while, Wang Chong quickly closed his eyes and waited. The Grand Preceptor, King Qi, and Li Linfu were all present in today's court session. Wang Chong was well aware that the other court discussions were just appetizers. The crux of the matter was the bright minister, He Qingrong. This court session would decide whether he would stay or not. The court discussions were resolved one after another, and after some time, a voice suddenly resounded through the hall. "Your Highness, this subject has a memorial. The Jiangnan floods have been inexorably dealt with. Not long ago, a resolution was passed to invest 3 million taels of gold in digging new canals and irrigation works. This lowly subject proposes that the imperial court consider the petition of the people and send the bright minister to Jiangnan to preside over the situation." Following this voice, a figure stepped out from the ranks of the court and spoke to the first prince in a loud voice. Buzz. Wang Chong had been watching from the sidelines with his eyes closed, but when he heard this voice, he opened his eyes. Zhou Taiqin. A cold light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. He immediately recognized this person as Grand Chamberlain Zhou Taiqin, who had tried his best to dissuade the imperial court from sending troops at the Battle of Talas. "He's here." Wang Chong was startled. After waiting for so long, the court session was finally about to begin. "Your Highness, this subject agrees. Lord, he is a native of Jiangnan and is extremely familiar with the geography there. Sending Lord, he will definitely be able to adapt to the local conditions and get twice the result with half the effort. This will also greatly shorten the construction period and avoid many unnecessary problems." Immediately after Zhou Taiqin, another old official stepped forward and said, "Correct. Lord He's mother is gravely ill, and filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Sending Lord He to preside over the irrigation works will not only fulfill his filial piety, but it will also benefit the country and the people. This is truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I trust that Lord He will not object." Yet another official spoke up. With 3 people speaking up, the other officials began to voice their support. "Your Highness, this subject objects. Lord He is a bright minister, a second-rank official. Moreover, he has been in the imperial court for many years and is extremely familiar with the various affairs of the imperial court and the operations of the empire. Digging canals and constructing irrigation works will naturally benefit the country and the people, but this matter can only be handled by the officials of the Ministry of Works. There is no need for Lord He to personally go. There are big and small matters, and there are small and large materials. A great material is used for a great purpose, and a small material is used for a small purpose. Moreover, Lord He is not an official of the Ministry of Works. Not far from King Song, the Assistant Minister of War, Chao Qianzong, suddenly stepped out of the ranks. "Your Highness, this subject agrees with Lord Chao in opposing this matter. The civil and military officials all have their own positions and duties. This is the foundation upon which the imperial court can normally handle various matters. If the construction of water conservancy required the use of second-class officials, then if other places also needed to build water conservancy, flood control, or drought prevention, would they need to use second-class, or even first-class officials? If everything is handled this way, then wouldn't the imperial court be empty and all matters remain undecided? This lowly subject firmly opposes this matter. With Chao Qianzong taking the lead, another official from the King of Song's faction stepped forward. He Qingrong came from the Ministry of Works and knows everything about irrigation work. How can anyone else be like him? Moreover, filial piety is the most important of all virtues. If one doesn't even visit one's mother when she is seriously ill, they are not worthy of being a son. What right do they have to stand in the imperial court and set an example for all the officials? At this moment, the crimson-robed Minister of Rites, Pei Tsuani, suddenly stepped forward. Wang Chong coldly watched on, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Pei Tsuani was the Minister of Rites, as well as King Qi's subordinate. For King Qi to have him step forward at a time like this, it was clear that he was determined to succeed. King Qi, the Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, and the First Prince, if even the position of Minister of Honor was replaced, then the King of Song's faction would truly be weak and powerless, finding it difficult to contend against King Qi's faction. More importantly, if they lost the assistance of a second-rank official like He Qingrong, King Qi's faction would have much more influence in the imperial court, allowing them to easily pass many matters. Moreover, Wang Chong recalled the information that the King of Song's spy had obtained from King Qi. It was clear that He Qingrong's matter was only the beginning. Once He Qingrong's position fell into the hands of King Qi and the Confucian sect, even more people would be replaced. The Confucian sect definitely had more tricks up its sleeve, which was why Wang Chong had personally come to court today. Your Highness! At this moment, a loud and vigorous voice resounded through the hall. At the end of the line, Wang Chong raised his robe and walked forward. This lowly subject proposes that King Qi personally oversee the irrigation works in Jiangnan. Chapter 1301. Rumble. In an instant, everyone was shocked and the entire hall was in an uproar. No one had expected that Wang Chong would suddenly appear and drag King Qi down with him. Wang Chong, the King of Song and Minister of War Zhangqiu Jianxiong, were also stunned. It was clear that Wang Chong had not discussed this with them beforehand. Bastard! King Qi was stunned at first, but he quickly came to his senses. He clenched his teeth, his expression savage. This court discussion had been sent to the court in the form of memorials. As an assistant minister, the King of Song had clearly seen it. But even though He Qingrong's matter had been leaked, King Qi was not worried. He had already arranged everything. Minister of Rites Pei Tsuani was an important chess piece, but he had never imagined that Wang Chong would act so unconventionally and drag him down in front of all the officials of the court. Wang Chong, have you lost your mind? This king is a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, of noble status. You actually want me to undertake irrigation works? King Qi was flustered and exasperated. The fight between the two from the penal court had caused such a huge uproar that almost all the officials of the court knew about it. Now Wang Chong was attacking him in front of all the officials, even suggesting that he, a grand prince, should undertake irrigation works. This was an undisguised humiliation. This made King Qi hate Wang Chong to the bone. Haha, I heard that King Qi has recruited talented people from all over the world and is humble and eager to learn, even dabbling in irrigation works. Back then, you even personally invited Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong to your residence. Could it be that King Qi didn't invite Lord Zhang to discuss irrigation works? Wang Chong glanced at Zhang Lianzhong and said indifferently, "You!" King Qi's expression froze, and he was momentarily speechless. Nearby, Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong's expression also trembled, fear appearing on his face. According to the previous arrangement, after Pei Tsuani, the Minister of Rites, it would be his turn. The two of them would work together to put pressure on He Qingrong to leave the court. However, after hearing what Wang Chong said, Zhang Lianzhong couldn't help but take a step back. He couldn't even say a word. Otherwise, as Wang Chong had said, he would be suspected of colluding with the Prince of Qi. For a moment the entire hall was silent. Looking at Prince Qi's reaction and then looking at Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong's reaction, even the slowest person understood what was going on. It was obvious that the two of them had colluded long ago. Wang Chong had said that the Prince of Qi and Zhang Lianzhong were discussing the irrigation works in the residence. It was likely that the Prince of Qi had no choice but to admit it. Bastard! There will come a day when this king will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. King Qi's eyes were filled with hatred and ruthlessness. Ha ha, good. Wang Chong, this king knew that you had your reasons for doing this. You wouldn't speak without thinking. Next to the coiling dragon pillar, the king of Song was the first to react. He finally understood why Wang Chong had interrupted Minister of Rites Peitsuani. Not even the king of Song knew that King Qi had recently colluded with Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong to pull him to his side and deal with He Qingrong. It was obvious that his subordinates had found out about this. Your Highness, this lowly subject believes that it is best to find someone else to manage the irrigation works in Jiangnan. As for He Qingrong, filial piety cannot be abandoned, but the affairs of the state cannot be abandoned either. This subject proposes that he be allowed 2 months of leave to return to his hometown in Jiangnan and visit his mother, the Lu matriarch. Once his mother recovers, he can return to the capital, Wang Chong said. He Qingrong's mother had only occasionally caught a cold, and it wasn't anything serious. He could return to his hometown to visit his mother and then return to the court. This was also the best compromise they could come up with. A cold was not a serious illness. Once He Qingrong returned to his hometown, it would naturally be resolved. He Qingrong, what do you think? Suddenly, a voice resounded through the hall. The Grand Preceptor, who had remained seated on the armchair this entire time and had his eyes closed, suddenly stood up and spoke. This sudden action caused everyone to be taken by surprise. The conflict between Wang Chong and King Qi had attracted everyone's attention, and no one had expected the Grand Preceptor to speak at a time like this. And unlike before, the Grand Preceptor was extremely calm today, far less intense than before. His first words did not even mention that He Qingrong should go to Jiangnan to manage the irrigation works, but asked for his own opinion. He Qingrong had always been a member of the King of Song's faction, so if the Grand Preceptor were to ask for his opinion, He Qingrong would have never agreed. But for some reason, Wang Chong had a bad feeling. Almost subconsciously, Wang Chong turned his head and saw that He Qingrong's head was lowered. He did not immediately reject the idea, but appeared to be very worried. This lowly subject. He Qingrong hesitated, unable to speak for a long time. At this moment, the ill feeling in Wang Chong's heart intensified. Not good. Wang Chong's heart instantly sank. If He Qingrong truly did not want to go, he could have directly refused. There was no need for him to hesitate, but there was clearly a problem in the current situation. Your Highness! Wang Chong's heart sank as he subconsciously turned in the direction of the King of Song. At almost the same time, the King of Song also turned in Wang Chong's direction, his eyes filled with intense shock. He Qingrong was a member of the King of Song's faction, and Wang Chong had always avoided delving too deeply into the King of Song's faction. But it was clear that something had gone awry. The situation before him was completely different from what the King of Song had told him. The shock in the King of Song's eyes clearly illustrated this point. It was clear that he had also sensed the change in He Qingrong's body. Your Highness, this lowly subject is willing to go to Jiangnan and replace the imperial court in repairing the irrigation works. Finally, He Qingrong opened his mouth. His words shocked everyone present. Jiang Yunrang and the others dropped their jaws in shock, while the other generals trembled as if they had been petrified. They had done all they could to help He Qingrong deal with King Qi's group, but they had never imagined that He Qingrong himself would run into problems. In truth, it wasn't just the generals who were stunned. Even Zhou Taiqin and the other civil officials were stunned by He Qingrong's reply. This was truly unexpected, but just as everyone was busy arguing, He Qingrong gave them all a surprise. All the ministers have heard it. Lord He, since you have made up your mind, then this prince will approve the request. Within 5 days, make your preparations and immediately set out for Jiangnan. The prevention of floods concerns the lives of the nation and its people, involving millions of civilians. The project is enormous and will take a long time. You must do your best to handle this matter properly. Before Wang Chong, the king of Song, and Zhangzhou Jianxiong could say anything, the first prince, seated on his throne, lost no time in making the final decision. Many thanks, Your Highness. I, He Qingrong, will definitely not let you down and will do my utmost to complete this task. There was dead silence in the hall. He Qingrong bowed respectfully under the gazes of all the officials. At that moment, Wang Chong felt like He Qingrong had exhaled, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. But a moment later, He Qingrong raised his head, and Wang Chong clearly saw him straighten his body and glance in the direction of the king of Song, an apologetic look in his eyes. In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to realize something and fell silent. Although He Qingrong's betrayal had caught everyone by surprise, there was no doubt that he had his own difficulties. I miscalculated. A moment later, Wang Chong turned to the Grand Preceptor. He would never believe that the Grand Preceptor had just casually asked a question. It was clear that he had already known He Qingrong's answer before he had even spoken. If the Grand Preceptor and King Qi had not done anything, Wang Chong would never believe it. The main event is coming. Wang Chong glanced at the Grand Preceptor and King Qi. The first prince's words had been too timely, and in just a few moments, He Qingrong's departure from the capital had been set in stone. No one could change it, but Wang Chong was well aware that this was far from over. He Qingrong's departure was only the formal prelude to today's court debate. Everything had only just begun. As expected, a moment later, Wang Chong heard a voice at his ear. Your Highness, this subject has a memorial. The Minister of Light, He Qingrong, originally held a position in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, responsible for filtering out and handling the memorials. With He Qingrong's departure, this position immediately became vacant. The matters of the imperial court cannot be neglected for a single day. This lowly subject proposes that a new candidate be elected to replace Lord He's position and handle the matters of the court. Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong suddenly stepped forward. Buzz. With these simple words, the mood of the court instantly changed. The dispute over He Qingrong's position was so intense not just because He Qingrong's departure from the capital would leave the position vacant, but also because both sides were vying for this position. Whoever could replace this position would have a much greater say in the court. Your Highness, this subject has a memorial. The governor of Zhang Prefecture, Gu Huan, possesses outstanding abilities and has governed the region for many years. This subject recommends Gu Huan to replace He Qingrong. A voice suddenly broke the silence. King Qi had been fuming a moment ago, but now, he took in a deep breath and immediately calmed down. He then respectfully bowed to the first prince. King Qi did not even try to conceal the fact that He Qingrong's position was at stake, and he immediately took action. Upon hearing King Qi's words, the Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, and the first prince all imperceptibly creased their brows. This was not the result of their previous discussions. The governor of Zhang Prefecture, Gu Huan, had always had a close relationship with King Qi. In the previous court debates, King Qi had appeared several times to try to get Gu Huan into the imperial court. No one had expected that King Qi would once more take advantage of this opportunity to get one of his own people into the imperial court. Once his own interests were involved, King Qi's selfishness and disregard for the bigger picture would once more erupt. Your Highness, this subject objects. He Qingrong is only leaving the capital to work on the irrigation works, not to be dismissed. There is no need to find someone to replace him. Moreover, Gu Huan only has experience governing provinces and counties, not the ability to handle the affairs of the entire empire. This lowly subject believes that this matter is unacceptable. Your Highness, please reconsider. Chapter 1302. The Prince of Qi's selfishness was too heavy. When considering matters, he would never consider the state, always putting his own interests first. His current influence was enough to give others a headache. If he were to add Gu Huan to the mix, who knew what state the imperial court would be in? Most importantly, other than Wang Chong, only the King of Song could oppose him and ruin his plans. Ridiculous! This is utter nonsense. King Qi hurriedly retorted upon hearing the King of Song's objection, his expression agitated. Which member of the imperial court has any experience? Didn't they all start from nothing and climb up step by step? If we don't give others a chance, how can we raise new talents? Gu Huan's achievements are outstanding, and this king believes that he can definitely do it. King Qi was doing all he could to get his own man into the imperial court. But this king believes that this cannot be done. A voice suddenly came from below. Wang Chong sneered at this sight and walked out. King Qi wanted to use this chance to insert his own man into the imperial court, but this could not be done. Gu Huan might be good, but there were many people in the Tang dynasty who were stronger than him. Wang Chong! King Qi angrily roared, his eyes going red. This was already the second time Wang Chong had ruined his plans. This subject also feels that Gu Huan is not the best candidate. Minister of War Zhangqiu Jianxiong suddenly stepped forward and spoke. The matter of Minister of Light He Qingrong's departure from the capital was already set in stone. All they could do now was do their utmost to prevent King Qi's men from occupying He Qingrong's position. This subject agrees. This subject also agrees. In a flash, the generals and King Song's subordinates all excitedly agreed. King Qi's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Your Highness, if Gu Huan is not good enough, this old subject has someone to recommend. As the two sides faced off and the atmosphere in the imperial court was at its most tense, another elderly voice resounded through the hall. The Grand Preceptor spoke once more. This old official has interacted with him. In this old official's eyes, his ability is completely capable of entering the Hall of Governmental Affairs and replacing He Qingrong's position to handle state affairs. The Grand Preceptor's words once more left everyone dumbfounded. Even the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jianxiong were dumbfounded. On the other side, Wang Chong suddenly had an extremely ill foreboding. Ever since his conflict with Wang Chong in the imperial court, the Grand Preceptor had not attended court for a very long time, much less participate in court discussions. Moreover, from the Grand Preceptor's questions about He Qingrong's situation, it was clear that he had come prepared for this court session. Wang Chong did not believe that the Grand Preceptor was just speaking thoughtlessly. Who is it? King Qi's eyes went red, and before he realized that it was the Grand Preceptor who had spoken, he immediately bellowed. But before King Qi could think too much, a thunderous voice came from outside the hall. What are you waiting for? Me! It was a simple word, but it was brimming with confidence. Even in the face of all the important officials of the imperial court, he would still be fearless. With this word, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the hall of Taihe, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh! All the civil and military officials, including Wang Chong, turned to the source of the voice. A moment later, there was a flash of light at the entrance to the hall, and a figure, dressed in snow-white robes, strode into the hall, his head held high and his chest puffed out. His steps were relaxed and his bearing elegant, giving off the feeling of an orchid in a deep valley. At least half of the civil officials in the hall lowered their heads at the sight of this figure, a look of respect appearing in their eyes. Wang Chong had not cared at the start, but when he saw this person's appearance, Wang Chong's body trembled like he had been struck by a lightning bolt. Li Junxian! Wang Chong stared in disbelief at this familiar figure. He had never imagined that the person the Grand Preceptor was recommending was none other than the leader of the Confucian sect that he had met in Drunken Moon Pavilion, Li Junxian. At that moment, an intense sense of conspiracy surged out of Wang Chang's mind. From the irrigation project to He Qingrong's departure, to King Qi's recommendation of Ge Huan, to the Grand Preceptor's recommendation of Li Junxian, all of this flashed through his mind with astonishing speed. And when he thought about how the King of Song's spy had learned from King Qi that the structure of the imperial court was about to be completely changed, Wang Chong suddenly understood. At the same time, Li Junxian stood at the entrance of the hall, his eyes sweeping over the crowd of officials before finally settling on Wang Chong. "King of foreign lands, we meet again." Buzz. The hall fell into an uproar, countless generals turning to look at the white-robed young man. From the way the white-robed young man spoke, it was clear that he knew Wang Chong, but there was clearly a hint of hostility between the two. This was definitely not a friend, not a foe. The Grand Preceptor's recommendation, and the fact that he could make an enemy of someone like the King of Foreign Lands meant that this white-robed man at the entrance of the hall had an extraordinary background. At the door of the hall, Li Junxian pretended not to see or hear anything, paying no attention to the gathered officials. His expression relaxed, he smiled, and his eyes met with Wang Chang's. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning flashed through the air. The hall was deathly still, and even the neutral officials seemed to realize something and sense the hostility between the two. "It's him." Next to the coiling dragon pillar, the King of Song also seemed to sense something, his eyes widening as he stared at that snow-robed figure, his expression turning grave. Although he had never seen Li Junxian before, based on Wang Chang's description, the King of Song had already ordered someone to make a portrait of Li Junxian. This young leader of the Confucian sect had left an extremely deep impression on the King of Song, but not even the King of Song had expected that this leader of the Confucian sect, who had always been hiding behind the scenes, would personally appear in the imperial court. Nearby, Minister of War Zhangqiu Jianxiong reacted a little slower, but he also realized something. His eyes wandered between Wang Chong and Li Junxian, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Your Highness, this king objects. How important are the matters of the Hall of Governmental Affairs? Can anyone just enter?" A moment later, Wang Chong spoke, his expression cold and aloof. No matter what the Confucian sect was planning, he would not let them succeed. But Li Junxian only faintly smiled and said nothing. "Who said that he was just anyone? This is our junior Minister of Dependencies." Suddenly, a voice came from the other side of the hall. The Chamberlain of Dependencies, Fang Zhengqing, suddenly walked out from the ranks and said with a serious expression, "So, as long as one receives foreign guests at the Chamberlain of Dependencies, one can handle the affairs of the Secretariat? When did the matters of the imperial court become so casual?" Wang Chong coldly said. The Chamberlain of Dependencies was under King Qi's faction, so it was probably the best place to place Li Junxian in. Although he didn't know what the Confucian sect was planning, one would not visit a temple without a cause. The imperial court was the center of the entire Tang dynasty, the entire Central Plains. Li Junxian had done everything he could to enter the imperial court, even going so far as to remove He Qingrong. Of course not, the Chamberlain of Dependencies. I forgot to tell everyone that besides being the junior Minister of Dependencies, he is also this old subject's last disciple. This old subject is untalented, but in his later years, he still hopes to do his best to serve the imperial court. Coupled with this child's outstanding talent, I took him in and devoted myself to teaching him. Every day, all the memorials in the imperial court will pass through this old subject's eyes. Over the years, this old subject has taught him everything he has learned. And this child has not let down this old subject's trust, surpassing the master. Right now, he is completely capable of participating in the affairs of the imperial court. Your Highness, this old subject recommends that this child take over He Qingrong's position. With him participating in the affairs of the Secretariat, there will be no slip-ups. On this old subject can guarantee his reputation for the rest of his life. Your Highness, please consider. The Grand Preceptor stood in front of the Grand Preceptor's armchair and spoke at a leisurely pace. With a solemn expression, he gave a deep bow to the imperial court. This was the third time he had taken action in today's imperial court. The words "this old subject's last disciple" caused Wang Chong's heart to turn cold and sink to the bottom of a lake. The Chamberlain of Dependency's recommendation, the Grand Preceptor's guarantee, and the Grand Preceptor's disciple, for the sake of recommending Li Junxian, the Grand Preceptor had even said that he would guarantee his reputation for the rest of his life. Wang Chong didn't know if Li Junxian had truly learned all the skills of the Grand Preceptor and possessed the ability to manage state affairs, but if what the Grand Preceptor said was true, then the Confucian sect, the Grand Preceptor, and King Qi were planning so far ahead that anyone would be alarmed. But the more this was the case, the more Wang Chong could not allow them to succeed. The Imperial Court has the rules of the Imperial Court, and everything must be done according to the rules. Without any merit, not even the Grand Preceptor's disciple can reach the heavens in a single bound and enter the Secretariat. I will still say the same thing, not. Wang Chong sternly said. The King of Foreign Lands has spoken well. This old man just so happens to have something to announce. Not long ago, Li Shaoqing, Li Junxian, as an emissary of the Tang dynasty, reached an agreement with the other countries to have Uzun, the Western Turks, and Goguryeo agree to reduce their armies. Because Uzun suffered heavy losses in the previous war, it is reducing its army by 150,000, the Western Turks by 200,000, the Eastern Turks by 230,000, the Goguryeo Empire by 280,000, and the Mengshi Zhao Empire by 300,000. Several days ago, the various countries formally notified the Imperial Court that all the reductions will be completed within 10 days. Suddenly, a voice came from another direction behind the Grand Preceptor, Prime Minister Li Linfu of the Great Tang. This caught everyone off guard. Li Linfu had not said a single word throughout the entire meeting, not even half a word. No one had expected him to interrupt at this time. What was even more shocking was the information revealed in his words. Boom. Chapter 1303. The countries are reducing their armies? How could this be? Did I hear wrong? Uzun is reducing their armies by 150,000, the Western Turks by 200,000, and Goguryeo by 280,000. How could such a thing be possible? These countries have always covetously eyed the Central Plains with wild ambitions. Even when we negotiated with them to maintain good neighborly relations and stop fighting, it was impossible. How could they possibly agree to reduce their armies? Prime Minister Li Linfu's words were like a stone thrown into a ripple. Everyone was stunned by Prime Minister Li Linfu's words. If these countries agreed to reduce their armies, this would be an unprecedented piece of good news. The threat that the surrounding barbarians posed to the Tang dynasty would be greatly weakened, especially when one considered that these countries were primarily cavalry, which would be even more advantageous to the Tang dynasty. In addition, in order to express the Tang dynasty's resolve to maintain good neighborly relations and never fight again, all the empires have decided to withdraw their armies by 300 li. While the officials were chattering, Li Linfu's voice once more resounded through the hall. Bzzz. The people in the hall had already been shaken by Li Linfu's announcement, and Li Linfu's words pushed their emotions to a new peak. Lord Prime Minister, is what Sir says true? Countless officials turned to Li Linfu, and a few of them who were closest to him moved closer to him. If not for his status as Prime Minister, they would have long ago reached out to ask him about this matter. There is no doubt about this matter. The Hall of Governmental Affairs has documents from all the countries as proof, all of them stamped with the seals of their emperors. Li Linfu sternly said. As he spoke, He turned his head to look at the first prince in the main hall. The latter slightly nodded from his throne. It was clear that there was no doubt about this matter. Boom! In an instant the entire hall was in an uproar. All the generals were stunned. To have the countries bordering the Tang dynasty reduce their armies by 200,000, perhaps even 300,000, was something that not even they had dared to imagine. This was truly subduing the enemy without a fight. To have the countries bordering the Tang dynasty lose nearly 1 million soldiers in the blink of an eye was undoubtedly a major achievement. It was no less than Wang Chong's Western expedition. No matter what Li Juanxian's background was, this was enough for him to enter the imperial court and participate in politics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chong was even more shocked than Jiang Yunrang and the others. Even Wang Chong was caught unprepared by the news that the countries around the Tang dynasty had reduced their armies to 1 million soldiers at the same time. How is this possible? Wang Chong muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil, and almost subconsciously, Wang Chong turned to look at the king of Song and Zhangzhou Jianxiong. In their eyes, Wang Chong saw the same shock. Obviously, they hadn't received any news beforehand. This was a real heavy bomb. However, after the initial shock, Wang Chong's heart slowly cooled down. The Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, and all the most illustrious figures of the imperial court began to stand up for Li Juanxian. Li Juanxian and the Confucian sect were clearly determined to obtain He Qingrong's vacant seat. Your Highness, Wang Chong wanted to say more, but a moment later, a familiar and soft voice rang out at his ear. Wang Chong, forget it. The Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, King Qi, and perhaps the first prince, from the moment the irrigation works began, they had been planning for this moment. If what they said just now is true, then Li Juanxian and the Confucian sect have performed an enormous deed by reducing the armies of the countries. Although I don't like the idea of the Confucian sect taking over, I have to admit that their actions have been beneficial to the Great Tang, beneficial to the country, and beneficial to the common people. This contribution alone is enough for them to enter the central government. This is not something we can stop. The King of Song's voice was tinged with complex emotions. Public was public, and private was private. Although he was still deeply wary of the Confucian sect, Li Juanxian and the Confucian sect had truly done a good deed by reducing the armies of the countries. Even though not even the King of Song knew how they had done it. Impossible. Given the personalities of the countries, how could they be willing to reduce their armies? Wang Chong messaged back. But the documents of the various countries have already been delivered to the imperial court. This matter is set in stone and cannot be faked. At the very least, Li Juanxian and that Confucian sect truly did their best, and they even tried to do things that benefited the country and the people. This cannot be denied. Merit must be rewarded and mistakes must be punished. This is the rule of the imperial court, and it is also the law of using people. With this ability and the recommendations of the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, and the Prime Minister, he is already qualified to enter the imperial court and participate in politics. We are powerless to reverse the situation. The King of Song gave a long sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness. Today's defeat had been decided from the moment he had agreed to the irrigation works in Jiangnan. It was too late to make up for it later. Failure to win was not the fault of soldiers. This had nothing to do with Wang Chong. Wang Chong could hear the helplessness in the King of Song's voice and instantly fell silent. Li Juanxian, come forward. Just at this moment, the first prince, who had been standing at the top of the hall like a towering mountain, spoke up. This lowly subject will go. Li Juanxian faintly smiled, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and he immediately walked forward. From start to finish, this court debate had been completely under his control. Perhaps Wang Chong and the generals believed that this matter could still be done, that they could still stop him. But to Li Juanxian, from the moment he stood outside the hall, everything had been decided. Tap, Tap, tap. Li Juanxian's footsteps were relaxed, and his abyss-like demeanor and upright demeanor had left a deep impression on even the scholar officials of the imperial court and made them feel admiration for him. Tap. When he was still several steps from Wang Chong, Li Junxian suddenly stopped. King of foreign lands, it seems like your prejudice against me is too deep. Li Junxian glanced at Wang Chong, a smirk on his face. But before Wang Chong could say anything, Li Junxian had already flung his sleeve and brushed past Wang Chong. Behind him, Wang Chong stared at Li Juanxian's back, his eyes as cold as ice. He had lost this round, at least on the surface. But Wang Chong was well aware that this was far from being so simple. The Tang dynasty was reducing the armies of the barbarians. If the Uzun and the Western Turks had sincerely wanted to reduce their armies and maintain peace with the Tang dynasty, and if they had not used any tricks in their negotiations, Wang Chong would have been sincerely happy. But wolves were wolves and tigers were tigers. Even if they retracted their claws, they could not change their nature to drink blood and eat meat. Wang Chong was keenly aware of this. If a peace treaty was useful, the Tang dynasty would not be at war with the Uzun and the other countries. If the Western Turks and the other countries truly loved peace, Emperor Taizong and all the other wise sovereigns of the Central Plains would have long ago resolved this problem. The Tang dynasty would have no need to expand its army or prepare for war. Li Junxian had no idea what he was doing. He had underestimated these countries, underestimated the hearts of men. Li Junxian, hear the decree. Beloved subject has served the Tang dynasty and the people of the country in your diplomatic mission. Thus, you have been conferred the title of Secretariat Advisor and sent to the Secretariat to participate in politics. The Grand Preceptor will assist you in the affairs of the court. The Bureau of Personnel will draft a document and announce beloved subjects' achievements to the world to demonstrate your achievements. The first prince said in a loud voice, I have already submitted this conferment to Imperial Father and obtained Imperial Father's approval. I trust that all subjects have no objections. At this point, the first prince shot a profound glance at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's heart sank. The first prince's words were clearly directed at him. In the entire imperial court, he was probably the most vehement opponent of Li Junxian, but Wang Chong managed to restrain himself. If he lost one step, he would lose every step. The news of the various countries reducing their armies had rendered all of Wang Chong's words useless. In the hall, the first prince quickly retracted his gaze. Li Junxian, the Grand Preceptor has high praise for you. Do not disappoint this king. Many thanks, Your Highness. Li Junxian will do all he can to serve the empire. Li Junxian stepped forward, waved his sleeve, and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Grand Preceptor, Li Junxian is your last disciple. You have also contributed greatly to his service to the empire by having the other countries reduce their armies. However, the Grand Preceptor is already a first-rank official and cannot be conferred any more titles. Thus, this king has decided to bestow upon the Grand Preceptor an imperial belt, 10,000 taels of gold, and an imperial token of the imperial household to show his service. Many thanks, Your Highness. The Grand Preceptor turned around and respectfully bowed to the ceiling of the hall. A few moments later, the court session concluded and everyone surged out of the hall. Your Highness, Qingrong has let Your Highness down in this matter. As Wang Chong and the King of Song walked out of Taihe Palace, the Minister of Light, He Qingrong, hurriedly rushed forward, his face covered in shame. For a moment, the atmosphere was deathly still. Brother He, in truth, whether you leave or stay, this king has no intention of blaming you. But just what happened? I remember that several days ago, when I met with Brother He said that he wanted to apply for 2 months of leave from the court to return to his hometown to visit his mother. He said that he would return in 2 months and would not allow the Prince of Qi to take advantage of him. However, at this point, King Song paused and gave a deep sigh. Victory and defeat were commonplace for soldiers. This was true on the battlefield, and it was also true in the imperial court. The King of Song did not care that he had lost this round to King Qi's faction. What he truly could not let go of was He Qingrong's attitude. When the Grand Preceptor asked He Qingrong's answer had caught everyone off guard. If they knew that He Qingrong had already made his choice, they would not have panicked and would have taken other measures. All was quiet. Wang Chong said nothing, only looked at He Qingrong. From a certain perspective, He Qingrong's attitude could already be considered a betrayal. Compared to an enemy's attack, one's own side's betrayal was far more troubling. Lord He speak. Just what happened? Wang Chong straightforwardly said. A single person's attitude could not change so much. Wang Chong would never believe that the Grand Preceptor and the others had not played a trick in this matter. He Qingrong raised his head and finally couldn't help but sigh, a look of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. To tell the truth, before the morning court session, I suddenly received a letter. Chapter 1304. What letter? Is it from King Qi and the others? No. He Qingrong shook his head and smiled bitterly, a complicated expression on his face. It's not that complicated. They only sent me a letter from my mother. I am untalented, but I come from a large clan in Jiangnan. My mother is also from a scholarly family. She is well educated and learned a few words, so I can recognize that it is undoubtedly my mother's handwriting. Hearing this, Wang Chong and the King of Song exchanged glances. Suddenly, they understood something and their hearts rippled. Your Highness, I know why King Qi and the others sent me this letter, and I also know what they are planning. But my mother was right. After I became an official in the imperial court, I rarely went back to my hometown for many years. Now that my mother is advanced in years, I fear that if I don't return, we will be separated forever, and I will not have another chance. If that happens, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Even if King Qi and the others had not interfered, I had already made up my mind to return home. This is my personal decision, and I hope that the King of Song will understand. At the end, He Qingrong couldn't help but sigh again and bow deeply. I understand. Hearing this, the King of Song sighed deeply. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. Although He Qingrong's final decision was unexpected, it was also reasonable. Even the King of Song could not blame him. Brother He, just go. Don't worry, I won't blame you. Many thanks, Your Highness. He Qingrong's face was full of shame, and his head drooped even lower. This was also the reason why He Qingrong admired the King of Song so much. The King of Song's breadth of mind and bearing would forever be unmatched by others. He Qingrong quickly left, his back somewhat lonely and somewhat relieved. Looking at He Qingrong's back, Wang Chong also felt deeply moved. We have completely lost this round. He Qingrong has been in the court for many years. What transferred him back was not his mother's letter, but his longing for his mother deep in his heart. It was precisely because of this that they were able to make use of it. This plan is not something that King Qi could have imagined, nor could it have come from the hands of Li Linfu or the Grand Preceptor. Yeah. The King of Song put his hands behind his back and let out a long sigh. That person is smarter than we thought. I'm sure that everything is part of his plan. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, and he has successfully entered the imperial court, I'm afraid that the imperial court will enter troubled times in the future. In an instant, both of them fell silent. Just as he was about to reach the palace gates, a commotion suddenly sounded from outside. Raising his head, he saw a huge commotion at the entrance of the palace. A group of civil and military officials had gathered together and were rushing toward a certain direction, their expressions filled with respect. And in the middle of the crowd, there was a figure that was as white as snow, elegant and tranquil. He was talking with those people in a natural and unrestrained manner, giving off a feeling that he was a crane in a flock of chickens. It's the leader of the Confucian school. The King of Song raised an eyebrow as he subconsciously turned to Wang Chong. Wang Chong said nothing, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Li Junxian. At that moment, the two of them seemed to realize something. "Your Highness, you go first. I will go right after you," Wang Chong suddenly said. His body was rooted to the spot, motionless. The King of Song nodded. "I will wait for you outside." After saying this, he gave a deep glance at Li Junxian in the distance, then with a wave of his sleeve, he quickly departed. At the same time, Li Junxian said something, causing the surrounding officials to scatter. In a flash, only Wang Chong and Li Junxian were left at the entrance of the imperial palace. Without the other officials present, the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. For a few seconds, neither of them moved, as if they were waiting for the other to come. But a moment later, the two of them seemed to realize something and stepped forward at almost the same time. After another deathly stillness, the two once more stopped. A few moments later, Li Junxian seemed to think of something and grinned as he began to walk toward Wang Chong. At the same time, Wang Chong began to walk forward. "King of foreign lands. This time, we are finally subjects of the same palace." Li Junxian was the first to speak, his expression relaxed. Even though they were enemies, if one put aside their different standpoints, one had to admit that Li Junxian truly did have an extraordinary breadth of mind and bearing. "You've won this round. I didn't think that you would even be able to use He Qingrong's mother." Wang Chong jeered. "Haha, don't you understand? In this round, we weren't the ones who made the decision, but He Qingrong himself. From the beginning to the end, no one was able to influence him. All we did was help him make the right decision." Li Junxian gave a carefree smile. "Although I don't know how you managed to deal with the barbarians on the borders of the Tang dynasty, as subjects of the same palace and subjects of the Tang dynasty, I would like to remind you that a leopard cannot change its spots. In the 16th year of the Sui dynasty's day, the Sui and the Uzun signed a treaty, each side withdrawing their soldiers 30 li and promising not to attack the other. But before the ink on the treaty was dry, the Uzun took advantage of the Sui's retreat to launch a large-scale attack, killing more than 100,000 Sui soldiers. It was only in the 18th year of day that they were able to take their revenge. In the 7th year of the last emperor of the Sui, the princess of the Great Sui married into marriage with the Western Turks. The two sides agreed to become allies and not attack each other. In the 12th month of the same year, the princess of the Great Sui gave birth to a son for the Western Turkic Khagan, and the princess was conferred the title of Empress Shao. The soldiers on the border believed that the Great Sui and the Western Turks were on good terms and that a son of the dragon had been born, so they let down their guard. They did not expect the Western Turks to launch a large-scale invasion at this time. The defeat of the Sui set the stage for the rise of the heroes that followed. This was only a matter of 200 or 300 years ago, and there were countless similar incidents in the past. The barbarians cannot be trusted, or at least not easily trusted. Moreover, the nomads are different from the Tang people of the Central Plains. Withdrawing from the army will not affect their fighting power. With a single order, they will immediately gather again. The idea of reducing the army is simply untrustworthy. Wang Chong sternly said. Haha, there's no need for the king of foreign lands to worry about this matter. I have already taken care of everything. Even without the king of foreign lands' reminder, I would have sent people to supervise the withdrawal of the armies of the Uzun, the Western Turks, and the other countries. Moreover, that was then, and this is now. If one person commits a crime, will all their descendants be criminals? In the spring and autumn period, Yan Zhuoju was a great bandit of Liangfu, but didn't he also become a disciple of the sage of Confucius? Later on, his achievements were extraordinary. Just as I said, if you don't try, how can you know if you will succeed? Li Junxian faintly smiled. King of foreign lands, a great era has arrived. The hearts of men hate war, and peace and tranquility are the aspirations of the people, the trend of the times. War is no longer suitable for this era, and anyone who goes against this trend will be rejected by this era and history. King of foreign lands, you are the leader of the militarists. Only by withdrawing from the tide and knowing when to stop will you be able to protect yourself and end well. This is your last chance. Buzz. Wang Chong's pupils constricted, and his expression instantly turned cold. So this is a threat? The atmosphere instantly became incomparably tense, and the relaxed atmosphere from before had vanished without a trace. Across from Wang Chong, the smile on Li Juanxian's lips slowly faded, and there was no more mirth in his eyes. If I were you, I would never say such a thing. I would treat it as a kind warning. There will not be a third conversation like this between us. For the sake of the Tang dynasty and the people of the world, I will not permit anyone to break this hard-won peace. If I discover that someone from the militarists is trying to break it, I will show no mercy, Li Junxian coldly said as he stared at Wang Chong. The Confucian sect's plan for the harmonious world had finally reached its most critical juncture. From the moment he ascended to the imperial court, nothing could be reversed, nothing could be reversed. At this time, anyone who stood in the way of the Confucian sect and the people of the world could not be tolerated. This was also the main reason he had been waiting here for Wang Chong. This is also what I wanted to say. At almost the same time, Wang Chong spoke, his eyes even colder than Li Juanxian's. Li Junxian, the militarists do not exist to fulfill the harmonious world of your Confucians, but to protect the safety of the people of the world. Withdrawal of troops, peace talks, agreements with the barbarians. You have no idea what you are doing. Li Junxian, let me tell you one more time, everything you are doing is not to protect the world. On the contrary, you are transforming the richest empire into a defenseless land. I will not let you succeed. As long as I exist, you and the Confucian sect will never succeed. Even if you become a secretariat advisor, take He Qingrong's place, and enter the secretariat, it will be the same. Buzz! In an instant the two of them looked at each other. Their gazes were as sharp as swords. At this moment, both of them understood that whether they were willing or not, there was no path of retreat between them. King of foreign lands, you will regret this. After some time, Li Junxian took in a deep breath and calmed himself. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting. After saying this, Wang Chong waved his sleeve, turned around, and began to walk away. That's right, let me tell you something. I hate being threatened the most. With these words, Wang Chong vanished from the palace gate. Li Junxian watched as Wang Chong left, his eyes turning sharp. Young master, it seems like the king of foreign lands has become our greatest obstacle in the imperial court. As long as he is here, many of our plans will be very difficult to carry out. A man wearing an azure Confucian robe walked out from behind Li Junxian and stopped several paces from him. A light breeze blew, rolling up his sleeves. In that instant, a black mark could be faintly seen. The azure-robed man stared in the direction Wang Chong had left, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He had clearly heard the conversation between Wang Chong and Li Junxian. In the end, this leader of the militarists, the Son of Heaven's disciple, had always been the greatest obstacle to the Confucian sect. Young master, you can no longer be soft-hearted. We've put in so much effort to reach this stage. Moreover, this is no longer a matter for you alone. The lives of all the Confucian sect are at stake. Even if you want to withdraw, it's already too late. No matter what, you can't allow him to threaten us again. Chapter 1305. Her ears were as translucent as jade and adorned with 2 earbells. As the wind blew past, the 2 earbells fluttered and tinkled. This young lady was none other than the woman who had appeared with Elder Song at Li Juanxian's side in the tea-house. There's no need to worry. I've already arranged for Elder Song to deal with him. With just a little more time, we'll be able to push him out of the imperial court. He won't be able to threaten us, at least not in the imperial court, Li Junxian said. With these words, the three of them vanished from the imperial palace. How is it? Wang Chong had just boarded the carriage when a voice rang out at his ear. The King of Song was seated in a corner of the carriage, apparently waiting for a long time. Next to him was Minister of War Zhangchou Jianxiong, both of them looking at Wang Chong. This was the first time the leader of the Confucian sect had appeared in the imperial court, and the meeting between Wang Chong and Li Junxian had probably attracted the attention of countless people, both in the open and in the shadows. The Confucian sect will soon move. Tell the generals of the militarists to be careful. The moment Wang Chong boarded the carriage, he sat down next to the King of Song. The two men in the carriage paled at these words. In addition, although the foreign countries cannot be trusted, since they have already reached an agreement with them, they must ensure that the foreign countries strictly carry out their promise to reduce their armies. Lord Zhangchou, I'll leave this matter to you. Wang Chong turned to Zhangchou Jianxiong and said. Zhangchou Jianxiong solemnly nodded. As for Li Junxian, leave it to me. As Wang Chong spoke, he looked out the window, his gaze profound. Rumble. The carriage continued forward, vanishing into the deep alleys. An hour later, countless officers and soldiers swarmed out of the palace and various government offices, pasting official notices all over the capital. Countless messenger pigeons soared into the sky, flying to various places in the central plains. Uzan, the Abbasid Caliphate, the Eastern and Western Turks, the Goguryeo Empire, the Mengshi-Zhao Empire, the news that the various countries had reduced their armies, amounting to nearly 1 million soldiers, quickly spread throughout the world. Rumble. In an instant the world was shaken. All the commoners of the Central Plains were shocked by this news. Impossible. Great. That was great. The Tang dynasty and all the wastelands are finally going to achieve peace. On the great land of the Divine Continent, in all the counties of the 9 continents, everyone was excited by this news. Up until now, this could be said to be the best news in the land of the 9 continents. Countless people spread the news and even set off fireworks and firecrackers. With this news came another name: Secretariat Advisor Li Junxian. This was the first time the commoners had heard of this name. Although it was the first time, the miraculous feat of doing so without any bloodshed was deeply engraved in the minds of many people. Li Junxian. Li Junxian. In the streets of the Tang dynasty, adults were carrying children, all of them playing and laughing, their faces red with excitement. Young master, listen. In the middle of the bustling streets of Chang'an, a simple blue carriage followed the other carriages. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, revealing the excited face of a young man. Now, young master has truly made the entire world know of you. We've really won this round. However, in the carriage, the young and handsome man in white, who was like frost and snow, had a calm expression and was not moved at all. It's not that we've won, but that the people of the world are longing for peace, Li Junxian indifferently said. The young man serving at the side was stunned and immediately froze. A light breeze blew a large parasol tree leaf through the window and into the carriage. Li Junxian extended a hand, allowing the leaf to fall into his palm. In the mottled sunlight it changed colors. At that moment, Li Junxian's eyes were dazed as he thought of something. After a long, long time, Li Junxian finally came back to his senses. Master, we're about to succeed. All of this, did you see it all from the sky? Li Junxian inwardly muttered, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. The carriage rumbled, and soon, the group of people disappeared. As the center of the Eastern world, it had countless elite soldiers and powerful generals, as well as an existence like the king of foreign lands. Information from the Great Tang's capital was constantly being transmitted in all directions. Not long after the court session ended, a few people noticed that a few strange-looking eagles had mixed in with the birds and carrier pigeons flying over the capital and were rapidly flying off in all directions. In the distant north, at the peak of Mount Sanmi in the western Turkic Khaganate, a golden sun illuminated the sky, one smaller than the other, and the other larger, shining upon the other. At that moment, Mount Sanmi seemed like a paradise on earth, sacred and beautiful. If one were to look carefully through the layers of golden sunlight on the mountain top, one would discover that there was a human figure in the light. He was covered in golden battle armor and looked very powerful. He was like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. He was sitting on a huge rock and thinking silently. In his body, surging and majestic stellar energy was surging like an ocean, circulating endlessly. Even an existence like the celestial wolf great General Duwusili paled in comparison. Even the tens of thousands of elite soldiers guarding Mount Sanmi seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. That unparalleled and invincible aura was simply the most powerful existence on Mount Sanmi. The Sun Great General Wunu Shibi. In the entire Western Turkic Khaganate, the only person with such grandeur and strength was the empire's war god, the Sun Great General of the Western Turks, Wunu Shupi, who was on par with the Yusang Empire's White Lion Great General and the Great Tang's Wang Zongxi. If the White Lion Great General was like Witadra Konglo, then the Sun Great General Wunu Shibi would have also been in seclusion, leaving everything to Duwusili and the other Turkic great generals to handle. Not too long ago, Wunu Shibi had emerged from seclusion and taken over the military and political authority of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Ishbara Khagan's trust in Wunu Shibi had allowed this Western Turkic war god to enjoy a supreme status in the Western steppe. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the sky. Wunu Shibi's heart stirred and he finally snapped out of his thoughts. He stretched out his palm, and when the eagle was still several feet away from the ground, it was immediately pulled by an invisible force, and with a whoosh it fell into his palm. Ha! It's finally begun? Wunu Shibi opened the envelope, glanced at it, and quickly put it away. The corners of his lips immediately curled into a meaningful smile. Pass on my order. The Sanu tribe, West Bull tribe, Bright Wolf tribe, Black Wolf tribe immediately begin to reduce their armies. In addition, all soldiers are to retreat 300 li. Yes, my lord. Wunu Shibi's words were immediately followed by several other voices. Following this, several figures leaped onto the divine beasts and flew in all directions at lightning speed. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and a few moments later, he heard footsteps behind him. At the same time, Wunu Shibi sensed a powerful energy, dark and bizarre, incomparably pure, slowly approaching him. The renowned Sun Great General only faintly smiled, not even turning his head as he continued to look forward. Reducing an army of 200,000? Isn't this price a little too high? When he was still several dozen feet from Wunu Shibi, the footsteps finally stopped. At the same time, an elderly voice rang out in Wunu Shibi's ears. Ha, so even the Blackwater shaman, who can see the future, feels regret? Wunu Shibi said without turning his head. It's not regret. I'm just hesitating. Isn't this price a little too high? Behind him, the black-robed Blackwater shaman wielding a beast-headed staff said, And you're wrong about one thing. It's been a long time since I've been able to see the future. The future is constantly changing. Ever since that unprecedented snowstorm and the great freeze last year, I've lost my connection with the god. The current me can no longer see the future. I've always felt that there's an invisible and powerful force interfering with the future, interfering with everything. Right now, I can only use the past to formulate a strategy for the future. The Blackwater shaman stood motionless, his robes flapping in the wind. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been absolutely stunned. The Blackwater Great Shaman, who possessed a supreme status in the Khaganate and could see the future, had actually lost his ability to see the future. This was enough to make all the influential nobles panic. This was because the Blackwater Shaman's divine decree had always been guiding the Khaganate. That brat of the Tang dynasty, do you still not see his future? Solar Great General Wunu Shibi suddenly said. This question had come without warning. The Blackwater shaman said nothing, but a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He's a variable. He has no past, and not even the gods can see through his future. Is that so? The solar great general faintly smiled, half jeering. He's a scion of the great Tang, the youngest grandson of Wang Jiuling's first wife. Everything about him is so clear that even an ordinary spy would be able to clearly investigate his past. But in your eyes there's no past? The Blackwater shaman had an exalted status, and even Ishbara Kagan respected him. But very few people knew that this Blackwater shaman had a deep friendship with Solar Great General Wunu Shibi. Long before the Blackwater shaman had become famous, the two had been very good friends. What can be seen is often the most bewildering. A hedonistic scion who accomplished nothing before the age of 16, who could even toy with a scoundrel, was able to grow into the world's most outstanding war god in such a short amount of time, even defeating an army of 1 million soldiers. Do you really think that all of this is as simple as it seems? The Blackwater shaman was calm and composed, not the slightest bit angry. Chapter 1306. The Blackwater shaman had not paid a price for communicating with God time and time again in an attempt to see the future. Up ahead, Wunu Shibi said no more, a solemn look in his eyes. The information on the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands had probably piled up into a small mountain in the hands of these people. The first half of his life was mediocre and lackluster, and the second half was a sudden awakening and astonishing advancement. Even now, many people were still deeply bewildered. Let's not talk about this matter. The Kagan asked me to ask you something. Can we tamper with the disarmament of 200,000 soldiers? The Blackwater shaman said. Does the Kagan believe that the Western Turks and the Tang dynasty are so far apart that even if we tamper with the disarmament, the Tang dynasty won't be able to see through it? Wunu Shibi put away his smile and sternly said. The Blackwater shaman nodded. Impossible, Wunu Shibi indifferently said, his answer clean and crisp. All of you are looking down on that Tang dynasty Confucian too much. As Wunu Shibi spoke, he slowly stood up from the smooth boulder he was sitting on. In that instant the earth quaked and mountains swayed. There was even a series of metallic clangs that came from the golden sun battle armor. When Wunu Shibi stood up straight, it was as if a giant had appeared in front of the round stone. Wunu was 2 meters tall. Compared to the Blackwater shaman beside him, he was a full head taller, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. That Confucian might be too naive, but he's not simple. At the very least, he's not as simple as all of you imagine. He's the king of foreign lands who can suppress the Tang dynasty, summon him back to the capital at his peak, and suppress the militarists. Do all of you really think that he can be so easily fooled? Wunu Shibi slowly said. To everyone's surprise, Wunu Shibi's evaluation of Li Junxian was much higher than many people had imagined. Hearing this, even the Blackwater shaman's eyes flickered. The current Tang dynasty has already reached its peak. No single side can contend against it. And if they really wanted to use the conflict between militarists and Confucians in the Tang dynasty to wear down the Tang dynasty, they couldn't afford to take any chances. At least at this stage, they must see the disarmament for themselves. Wunu said in dismay. I understand. Let's reply to Khan like this. The Blackwater shaman nodded and quickly left. At the same time, far away in Uzan, an endless gale blew from the north all the way to the south. Ever since the Battle of Talas last year, in which Daluan Ruozan, Dusong Mangpoj, and Huashu Wuzong had died, the entire Uzan was suffused with an oppressive aura, and even the sky was oppressive. At this moment, at the eastern edge of the Uzan highlands, several figures were standing on the edge of a cliff, looking at the endless land in front of them. The robes of the 3 people at the very front fluttered in the wind. Their bodies exuded an aura of boundless power. This person was dressed in an azure robe, and as he silently looked forward, his eyes shone with boundless wisdom. Walala! As the 3 of them looked down at the central plains, they suddenly heard the flapping of wings. An eagle pierced through the clouds and split the sun, rapidly flying down from the northwest direction. Swoosh! In the next moment, an arm reached out and caught the eagle that was descending from the sky. Imperial Minister. It's a letter from the Western Turkic Khaganate of the Northeast. Wunu Shibi's seal is on it. The fully armored Uzun warrior strode up to the Uzun Imperial Minister, Dalen Trinling, and handed over the letter. Although he was not yet 50 and was in the prime of his life, Dalen Trinling's face was weather-beaten. The deaths of 2 great generals and a prime minister had dealt an unimaginable blow to the empire. Even now, Dalen Trinling still had not recovered from that blow. Dalen Trinling only gave the letter a cursory glance before putting it away and placing it behind his back. Wunu Shibi has sent a letter. The Western Turks are withdrawing their army of 200,000. All of you should prepare. Dalen Trinling's indifferent voice resounded in everyone's ears. Yes, Imperial Minister. The generals of the Yarlung royal lineage and Ye's royal lineage bowed. In its several battles with the Tang dynasty, the Uzun Empire had suffered grievous losses. The illustrious Ngari royal lineage had been completely wiped out, and the northern regions only had 2 royal lineages left. Even so, the entire Uzun Empire was in danger of losing its talent. Standing at Dalen Trinling's side were mostly the younger disciples of the great clans like Dayan Ersongrong and Dari Nightsai. Imperial Minister, a disarmament of 150,000 has never happened before. Can we really use that Confucian child of destiny to topple Wang Chong? Great General Namri Songtian of the Yarlung royal lineage said. As a great general of the post-Uzun era, Namri Songtian was one of the few remaining great generals of the plateau. The deaths of Daluan Ruozan and the others had been a massive blow to this Yarlung royal lineage great general. If it can't be done, then we'll make it possible, Dalen Trinling coldly said as he looked forward. If one looked carefully, one would realize that Dalen Trinling was looking at the lands to the east with a sharp expression. This is also the main reason we are cooperating with them this time. For all the countries bordering the Tang dynasty to simultaneously reduce their armies for the first time in history was unimaginable to any faction. Behind all of this, aside from the Confucian sect and the Son of Heaven's mandate, as well as the frequent discussions and negotiations, very few people knew that there was another person behind all of this. Although this figure had not personally appeared, it was precisely the imperial minister of the Uzun Empire who had contacted the other countries to facilitate this massive disarmament. To take first, one had to first give. The daring required for this was not something an ordinary person could do. Your subordinate understands. Namri Songtian lowered his head, a look of respect on his face. In all of Uzun, if there was anyone who could surpass the late Daluan Ruozan in intelligence, it was probably this imperial minister. Only the imperial minister could avenge Dusong Mangpoj, Huashu Wuzong, and Daluan Ruozan who had died in battle. This was the unshakable conviction of Namri Songtian and all the Uzun soldiers. The time is ripe. The internal strife of the Tang dynasty is the best chance for us to borrow a knife to kill someone and weaken the Tang dynasty. But before that, we cannot let down our guard. Write a letter for me to warn all the countries that until the militarists of the Tang dynasty are completely suppressed, no one should let down their guard. In addition, tell them to be careful of the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty. Dalen Trinling sternly said. Buzz. Namri Songtian's body trembled, as if he had thought of something. Imperial Minister, what do you mean? A man who fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, who defeated Daluan Ruozan, Abu Muslim, and Qutayba in intelligence. Do you really think that he will just resign himself to death? Dalen Trinling suddenly turned his head, his sharp and penetrating gaze piercing through the mind. Namri Songtian's heart trembled, and a look of apprehension finally appeared on his face. He had always believed that Uzun could stay out of this matter and watch from the sidelines, but now, he suddenly realized that he had been too simple-minded. Victory is still not over. If all goes as expected, the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty is about to move. Tell them not to show any openings. With a single glance, Dalen Trinling turned his gaze to the east, to the majestic Big Dipper city at the end of the horizon. The plateau quickly regained its calm, and with Dalen Trinling's order, the ancient plateau once more began to stir. The disarmament had officially begun. A few moments later, with the flapping of wings, an eagle soared into the air, flying toward the northeast of the Tang dynasty. Other than the western regions, Yuzhou in the northeast was probably the place where the Tang dynasty had the most complicated situation. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate, the Goguryeo Empire, the Shi, and the Khitans were all gathered together in such a small place. At this moment, in the city closest to the northeast corner of Yuzhou, black war banners were flying over the walls. But few people noticed that there were a few yellow banners among these war banners. Whoosh! A large eagle swooped down from the sky and quickly disappeared into Baisa City. Your Majesty, Uzun has sent a letter. A few moments later, a black-armored soldier of the Goguryeo Empire with a large eagle perched on his shoulder appeared in the hall like a gust of wind. Across from him was a stalwart figure, exuding an enormous aura, sitting high above like a storm. His hands were pressed on the armchair, not moving an inch, but his bell-like eyes, when they opened and closed, gave people a feeling of thunder, like a lion or a tiger, causing people's hearts to tremble, and they were filled with reverence. In all of the Goguryeo Empire, there was probably only one Goguryeo emperor who possessed such might. The 6 crossed sabers on his back were the best proof of this. Yun Geisaman, the most legendary figure of the Goguryeo Empire, a miracle born from the waters. From the moment of his birth, he had attracted the attention of countless people, and he had not let them down. He had become the supreme emperor of the Goguryeo Empire, and his martial arts had reached a level that all Goguryans could only look up to, especially those 6 sabers. It was rumored that even now, no one had been able to make him draw all 6 Taiyuan blades. Read. Yun Geisaman calmly said from his seat. There was not the slightest expression on that dignified face. Uzun has come to report that Uzun, the Western Turks, the Shi, and the Khitans are all reducing their armies. He hopes that Goguryeo will cooperate fully. Chapter 1307. Hey! Zhang Shogui is a vicious tiger. Did the letter mention that if we reduce our armies, Zhang Shogui will take advantage of this opportunity to attack? Yun Geisaman crossed his arms and slightly leaned back, his entire body exuding the aura of a cheetah, brimming with violent energy. The imperial minister of Uzun says that everything has been arranged. The Confucians have already promised that after the peace talks, if Zhang Shogui dares to disobey orders and attack, the imperial censors of the Confucian school will impeach him in court. Even if they can't stop Zhang Shogui, they can use this opportunity to capture him. The guard said. To his surprise, Dalen Trinling had apparently predicted that Yun Geisaman would ask this question. Yun Geisaman's pupils constricted, and then he laughed. Haha, good. As long as we can kill Zhang Shogui, we will definitely cooperate in this disarmament. Pass on my order. The entire southern region is to immediately reduce our armies by 280,000. Yun Geisaman's roaring laughter caused the entire roof of the hall to tremble. In the entire Tang dynasty, the one who could truly threaten Goguryeo and make everyone, including Yun Geisaman, feel pain was the Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui. To Goguryeo, the Tang dynasty was equivalent to the Yuzhou Protectorate Army, equivalent to Zhang Shogui. Moreover, the Goguryeo Empire was divided into the Southerners and the Northerners. The Northerners were brave and skilled in battle, while the Southerners were skilled in agriculture and commerce, not particularly strong in fighting. The 280,000 soldiers that Yun Geisaman had promised to reduce were the Southerners. exchanging 280,000 Southerners for the enormous threat that Zhang Shogui posed was definitely a worthwhile trade for Yungasemin. A few moments later, several Green Sea Eagles charged out of Baisa City like sharp swords, bringing news of Goguryeo Emperor Yungasemin to the south. The entire Eastern world was quaking as this unprecedented disarmament attracted everyone's attention. Young master, the surrounding countries have officially begun to reduce their armies. In an elegant tea house in the northwest corner of the capital, a messenger pigeon flew down. A young Confucian scholar was holding a letter in his hand as he excitedly walked up to a white-robed Confucian. Behind the white-robed Confucian scholar stood a black-robed old man and a white-robed girl. Got it. Next to the sandalwood table, Li Junxian gently put down the white porcelain teacup in his hand and indifferently said. His expression was incomparably calm, as if what he had heard was just a trivial matter that couldn't be more common. Young master, the nations have reduced their armies. The wish of our Confucian sect's predecessors can finally be realized. After the young Confucian scholar left, the white-clothed young woman said with a happy expression. All the countries around the Tang dynasty had reduced their armies unanimously. This was an unprecedented feat, and all of this was accomplished by the young master. Now is not the time to celebrate. Unexpectedly, Li Juanxian's voice was abnormally calm, devoid of any joy. It's just reducing the armies, not completely abolishing them. Right now, countless people are watching us, both in the open and in the shadows. The moment we make a mistake in reducing our armies, they will assuredly use this as a pretext. Moreover, although the sovereigns of all the countries have agreed to reduce their armies, we cannot rule out the possibility that some countries will only pretend to agree to reduce their armies but refuse to carry it out or offer a large discount. We have to guard against these things. A man who is untrustworthy is no good. Regardless of what the sovereigns of the countries were thinking when they first agreed, since they agreed, we have to make sure that they carry it out. Li Juanxian's eyes became extremely sharp. Yes, young master. The old man and the young woman turned serious and hurriedly bowed. We will go and arrange for people to supervise the disarmament. Peace is the will of the people, and the harmonious world is the trend of the times. Neither the militarists of the Tang dynasty nor the sovereigns of the various countries can stop this. You must have the heart of a bodhisattva and the methods of a thunderbolt. Go. With a wave of Li Juanxian's sleeve, the two immediately left. At this moment, in another part of the Tang dynasty's capital, 3,500 carefully selected elites had gathered in front of the Bureau of Military Personnel. These people all had bright and sharp eyes, their temples bulging, and their hands covered in thick calluses. It was clear at a glance that they were skilled martial artists. This time, you will form groups of 400 people. I want you to go deep into Uzan, Mengshizhao, the Shi, the Khitans, Goguryeo, and Arabia to closely monitor the disarmament process. Remember, you are all ordinary people with no official rank in the army. Even if something happens, the imperial court will never admit it. In addition, the entire process must be carried out in absolute secrecy. No one can discover it, understood? An official from the Bureau of Military Personnel with the clear mark of a general on his body harshly ordered. When he had moved from the Annan Protectorate to the capital, Zhangzhou Jianxiong had brought many generals from the southwest with him. These people would later become the backbone of the Bureau of Military Personnel, and this official was one of them. Understood. The 3,000 elites of the Bureau of Military Personnel replied in unison, their loud voices resounding through the heavens. Go. Following the order, over 3,000 warriors quickly mounted their horses. In the blink of an eye, they were immediately divided into 8 teams of over 400 people. They galloped off in different directions, disappearing into the distance amidst the clattering of hooves. Once this army was gone, the official on the steps finally turned around and began to walk toward Zhangzhou Jianxiong. My lord, everything has been taken care of. You are in charge of this matter. I need to know what is going on in all directions at all times, Zhangqiu Jianxiong sternly said. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Several hours later, in Wang Chang's residence, experts gathered in Wang Chang's study. A significant portion of these people were unfamiliar faces. Other than the experts sent by the King of Song, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and Zhangqiu Jianxiong, most of them were experts that Wang Chong had recruited from the martial arts world. Wang Chang's status as the Son of Heaven's disciple, an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, and the formidable fighting power he had displayed in killing Kuteba at Talas had allowed Wang Chong to successfully attract this group of experts. Have all of you memorized the places I marked on the map? A few moments later, Wang Chong suddenly asked, his hands held behind his back. We've memorized them all. Everyone in the study had solemn expressions as they spoke in unison. Very good. Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he nodded in satisfaction. The imperial court is currently in a precarious situation, and the foreign countries will definitely use this chance to weaken the Tang dynasty. Lord Zhangqiu will definitely be discovered, and their mission is to force the foreign countries to reduce their armies. Whether they're willing or not, they must at least put on the surface. If they want the Tang dynasty to pay the price, they will have to pay the price themselves. But whether it's Dalan Trinling, Ishbara Kagan, or Goguryeo Emperor Yun Gaesaman, none of them are ordinary people. No matter what they've agreed to, it's definitely an expedient measure. They've agreed to reduce their armies on the surface, but that's definitely not what they're thinking. The places I've marked for you are the most suspicious places in the foreign countries, the easiest places to hide and continue training after reducing their armies. Your mission is to find their tracks and grasp all their movement. Do you understand? Wang Chong sternly said. Yes, my lord. We will definitely not fail you. Everyone bowed and shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Go. With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong gave the order. Whiz. With a command, the door of the study swung open, and a group of people shot out like lightning. After leaving, they didn't gather together. Instead, they unleashed all sorts of divine abilities and technique. Like ghosts, they leaped over walls and into the courtyard, vanishing without a trace. At the door of the room, a hint of worry appeared in Suki's eyes as he watched these people rapidly vanish. Your Highness, can these people really be trusted? From the way they had left, it could be seen that they were in a state of disunity, completely different from the well-trained soldiers. Everything has its own benefit. They are people of the sex, people of the pugilistic world. Even though they lack training and don't have much cooperation with each other, being scattered has its own benefit. They are flexible when they encounter problems. They won't stick to a single pattern, and they won't arouse too much suspicion. Of the experts Zhangqiu Jianxiong selected from the Bureau of Military Personnel, at least 30% of them will be noticed. That's why I've reminded him to be on standby at any time. As for them, no matter who they were or what they did, I believe that there will be no problem with their loyalty when it comes to their country. The Tang people will always be the Tang people. With these final words, Wang Chong looked out the window, his eyes turning profound. At that moment, not even the nearby Suki noticed the deep concern in Wang Chong's eyes. The Tang dynasty was currently plagued by internal and external threat. Li Junxian and his Confucian sect had provided the wilderness with an extremely rare opportunity. The news from the west was that Uzun's imperial minister, Dalan Trinling, had already emerged from seclusion. This was an existence that even the Crown Prince's junior guardian, the previous Tang dynasty war god Wang Zhongxi, feared, and Ishbara Kagan, Osmish Kagan, Yun Gaesaman, and the Arab Caliph were all ambitious sovereigns of the present age. Li Junxian had thought too simply of them. He had personally opened a gap in the impenetrable wall of the Tang dynasty and summoned a pack of wolves. Right now, Wang Chong not only needed to stop Li Junxian from wreaking havoc on the Tang dynasty, He also needed to contend with Dalen Trinling, Yun Geisaman, and Wunu Shibi, all of these supreme heroes of the present age, to keep the Tang dynasty at bay. The study was quiet as Suki stared in a daze. After a long while, he seemed to understand something, and the doubt in his eyes vanished. Chapter 1308. Flap flap. Flock after flock of carrier pigeons flew off in every direction while countless cavalry galloped off in different directions, each with a different mission. Undercurrents were surging in both the Tang dynasty and the various foreign lands. The disarmament of the foreign lands had attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, when the entire world's attention was focused on the disarmament of the wastelands, not many people noticed that the imperial court had silently passed 2 resolutions. The first resolution was for the Tang dynasty's armies to retreat 200 li in response to the actions of the foreign lands. The second resolution was to open 2 or 3 trade ports. At these ports, the people of the various foreign lands of the Tang dynasty were encouraged to trade and interact with each other, facilitating the flow of manpower. According to the imperial court, since the Tang dynasty and the foreign lands were allies, there could be no war. Deepening the understanding between the people of the other countries was necessary to avoid war. All of this had been approved after Li Junxian had joined the Secretariat as Secretariat Advisor. This was the result of He Qingrong's departure from the Secretariat and his replacement by Li Junxian. Without a good reason, not even the King of Song could stop this minor matter. Besides the imperial court, the Confucian proclamations were constantly posted in the capital. Eventually, even the common people and children of the capital knew that Uzan, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goguryeo, and the common people of the foreign lands were learning the language of the Great Tang. The number of schools established by the Confucians was increasing by the day. Each day, more and more who, admiring the culture of the Tang dynasty, entered these schools to learn the language of the Great Tang. Because the people paid so much attention to this, gambling houses even set up bets on the number of new schools and the number of who willing to learn the language of the Great Tang. These special bets unexpectedly attracted the attention of many people. At the same time, the idea of using benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust to influence the Hu so that they could mend their evil ways and become friendly with the Tang dynasty and enjoy eternal peace began to spread through the capital. Without anyone realizing it, the minds of the people were slowly and silently changing. "Your Highness, it's bad." Several days later, when Wang Chong was sitting in his study, reading through the various documents, Su Shixian suddenly rushed in. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand, and he looked very uneasy, even a little anxious. "I don't know where this news is coming from in the capital, but some people are comparing the economic and trade situation of the Tang dynasty with the foreign countries before and after the war. The situation is very unfavorable for Wang Ye." Su Shixian's face was red and he was gasping for breath. Su Shixian had followed Wang Chong for some time, from the War of the Southwest to the battles of Talas and Karasan. All these battles had been fraught with danger, but even in the most perilous situations, Su Shixian had never panicked. "Don't rush, speak slowly." Wang Chong glanced at Su Shixian and waved his brush, writing a line of characters on the document on the table. Then, he put the brush to the side and hung it on the brush stand. Dazed, Su Shixian took in a deep breath, his expression calming, but he still appeared rather uneasy. "Your Highness, some busybody in the capital has come to compare the situation between the wars of the Tang dynasty and the wars of the foreign countries. They say that before each war, all the people on the border lived in peace and the people of the 2 countries interacted with each other. But when the militarists went to war, corpses would be strewn across the land, the villages and towns obliterated. The lives of the people on the border would plummet, their standard of living plunging." Su Shixian anxiously said, "What does this matter have to do with us?" Wang Chong raised his head and indifferently said, "Your Highness was personally conferred the title of King of Foreign Lands by His Majesty, the leader of the militarists. "These people are targeting Your Highness and the militarists, and Your Highness is bearing the brunt of this," Su Shixian sternly said. "Buzz." Wang Chong slightly frowned at these words. "It's not just that, m'lord, it's very popular in the capital to promote this theory. Even many storytellers have begun to stop talking about the three kingdoms, the Wei and the Jin and the martial arts world, and instead talk about this matter. Their actions have attracted the attention of many people in the capital, and even the children have run over to watch. This is a notice I picked up on my way here that restaurants are soliciting customers. Your Highness, please take a look." As Su Shixian spoke, he placed the paper in front of Wang Chong, his expression fraught with worry. Wang Chong took the paper and glanced at it. He said nothing, but his brow furrowed even deeper. This notice did not contain much content, only that today, at the Su period, 7 to 9 in the evening, there would be a discussion of the four wastelands, and that the people of the capital were invited to come and listen. "M'lord, this matter is extremely disadvantageous to m'lord. I suspect that it's another masterpiece of the Confucian sect," Su Shixian said. Wang Chong said nothing, only closed his eyes in his sandalwood chair, a pensive look on his face. After some time, Wang Chong finally opened his eyes. "I will personally take care of this matter. Tonight, at the Su period, I want to hear it for myself." The restaurant in the clouds. This was one of the most famous restaurants in the capital. Although not many high-ranking officials and nobles came to this place, it was very popular among the traveling merchants. 80% of the wealthy merchants who came to the capital would stay here. At the Su period, after eating dinner, the food in the stomach hadn't been digesting for long. By the time Wang Chong arrived, dressed in casual clothes, the restaurant in the clouds was brightly lit and packed with people. Low chairs had been set up outside the restaurant, and many of the people of the capital had come to listen to the discussion. "Come, come, come. Sit and listen as you please. There's even tea and snacks here. Welcome, welcome. There's no charge. If you don't believe me, of course there's no charge. Don't you see that there are so many people here? Haha, I'm not afraid to tell m'lord that your money has already been paid." Outside the restaurant there were 5 or 6 attendants with white towels on their shoulders, and they came and went diligently. They served water and tea and arranged seats, and they were extremely attentive. "M'lord." Su Shixian worriedly turned to Wang Chong. Both he and Wang Chong had heard the servant's last words loud and clear. Merchants did not get up early without profit, and the restaurant in the clouds was famed for its ability to do business. In the past, when so many people gathered here without paying a single cent, affecting his business, he would have already sent people to drive them away. There would be no one like this, serving tea and asking after one's well-being. No one would believe that there wasn't someone manipulating and adding fuel to the fire in the background. Wang Chong said nothing. How could he not know what Su Shixian was thinking? Far too many things had happened in the capital in this period of time. If there was an abnormality, there had to be a demon behind it. His heart was as clear as a mirror as anyone as to who was pulling the strings behind Su Shixian's words. "Take me to the room you reserved for me," Wang Chong calmly said. After entering the restaurant and ascending the carved wooden stairs, Wang Chong quickly entered the room of the restaurant in the clouds. This room was the closest to the stands, and while a screen blocked the view of others, Wang Chong could clearly see the stands. Clack! After some time, the clack of a clapperboard caused the entire restaurant to fall silent. As Wang Chong sat in his room, he saw a storyteller of around 50, dressed in an azure robe, suddenly step onto the stands. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the storyteller. Everyone says that the Tang dynasty is powerful across the seas, that the king of foreign lands made a name for himself through his achievements in war, becoming the first king of the Tang dynasty of a different surname that the Holy Emperor personally conferred upon him. The Central Plains truly flourished for a time, but how many people know of the hardships and price paid? Wang Chong couldn't help but frown at the storyteller's first words. My Tang dynasty pacified the 8 desolates, expanded the western regions, pacified the Turks, subdued the southern barbarians, and repelled the foreigners of the west. Everyone in the world knows of these achievements, but do you know of the relationship the Tang dynasty had with the foreigners before these wars? In the southwest, the Arai, the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao enjoyed peace for several decades, and the two sides interacted and traded with each other. In the 27th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, countless people entered the 6 Zhao dynasties of the Arai to buy and sell all kinds of goods, fresh food, fruits, and rice. Standing on the plains of the Arai, on the ruined Lion City, one would be stunned by the prosperity and affluence one would see. Women wearing bamboo hats and carrying children in bamboo baskets, the elderly, and the able-bodied men carrying tea bricks for the tea merchants were innumerable. They were like a jade belt that ran through the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao. And on the majestic Arai Lake, there are countless scholars who are sailing on boat. The scholars of the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao all gathered there. And in the small boat was a square table, and on the square table was a small charcoal stove, warming wine, eating wine, and composing poems. How comfortable was that? Every day, the excellent poems spread to the 6 Zhao dynasties of the Arai and the southwest of the Tang dynasty, becoming a legend. And in private, the people of the two countries were even more harmonious, intermarrying countless times. Some people's fathers were Tang people, their mothers were Mengshi Zhao, and their grandmothers were also Mengshi Zhao. Intermarrying like this was innumerable, and some villages were even full of mixed bloods. And according to the statistics of the Ministry of Revenue, in the 27th year alone, the number of intermarriages reached more than 28,000, and it is unknown how many there were among the people who did not have statistics. And with the help of the harmonious relationship between the two countries, every family on the western border could earn more than 10 taels of silver every year. True families had surplus grain. It far exceeded the average of 7 taels in the Tang dynasty. The storyteller slapped the clappers, and a trace of fascination appeared in his eyes. Wang Chong did not speak, but his eyes revealed contemplation. He had never understood these things. In the 27th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, he still hadn't joined the army. Chapter 1309. In the War of the Southwest, everyone only remembers how the young Marquis single-handedly led several thousand experts recruited with all their wealth to reverse the tides, using only 100,000 to defeat the Mengshi Yusang army of 400,000. Everyone sings praises of the young Marquis's heroism and his outstanding art of war, but how many people remember the prosperity and harmony of the Southwest, how the people of the two countries were able to enjoy each other's meals? The storyteller's face was grieved and hateful as he spoke. Bastard! Su Shixian was enraged. My lord, these scoundrels only have sinister intentions. They clearly want everyone to push the blame onto my lord, intentionally slandering my lord. Everyone knows that the War of the Southwest had already begun before my lord's intervention. And if not for my lord, the Southwest would have been left barren for far more than 1,000 li. Who knows how many more people would have died? This bastard, I don't know how many people paid him to say this. I'll tear out his mouth. An indescribable rage surged in Su Shixian's heart. Without another word, he stood up and left, his knuckles cracking. A storyteller was a storyteller, a discussion of the matter as it stood. This storyteller had intentionally made everyone associate the outcome of the Southwest War with Wang Chong. His intentions were extremely sinister, and he would never believe that he had not been paid to do so. It was precisely because he had served at Wang Chong's side for so long that he clearly knew what Wang Chong had done and what he had paid for the empire that he found it even more intolerable that others insulted and slandered Wang Chong. This was even more infuriating than when they themselves were being insulted. This was also a commonality between Su Shixian and the others. A person who had a sincere heart and had done his utmost for the empire, saving it from danger after danger, should not be humiliated like this. Otherwise, what dignity would the empire have left to speak of? Halt! Just when Su Shixian was about to charge out and teach that storyteller a lesson, a voice rang out at his ear, causing his heart to tremble. Behind him, Wang Chong's expression was oppressive and unmoving, his eyes shining with something special. There are still countless storytellers in the capital. Do you want to teach them a lesson one by one? But, Your Highness, Su Shixian still wanted to argue. However, Wang Chong waved his hand and stopped him. Don't you understand? I've never worried about these storytellers. It's the human heart. Look at those who listen to books. Wang Chong sighed and suddenly said. Su Shixian subconsciously turned his head in shock. Su Shixian followed Wang Chong's gaze to the stands. For the first time, his attention was not on the stands, but on the audience. The spectators were all looking at the green-robed storyteller in a daze. They weren't the only ones. Their gazes left the restaurant and looked outside at the dense crowd of commoners who were sitting on tables and even standing. All the elderly, children, and women raised their heads to look at the storyteller. Their expressions were grave, and they were completely silent. Buzz! In that moment, Su Shixian's heart trembled as if he understood something. Did you see it clearly? Wang Chong's voice came from next to his ear, faint and distant. This time, when I had you arrange for a box to come here, I did not look at the storyteller on the stage. I looked at the people around him and the human heart. You can't change a person's mind. The one who can change their mind will always be themselves, the thoughts that already exist in their hearts. Although this storyteller is related to the Confucian sect, there is at least one thing. The examples he gave, the data from before and after the battles, were all true and unedited. I am confident that even though they are enemies, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect would disdain to do such a thing. The Confucian sect is indeed worthy of our worry, but from start to finish, what we truly need to worry about is the changed human heart. The Tang dynasty has been at war for decades and has never stopped. At present, the human heart longs for peace, the human heart is weary of war. And Li Junxian and the others have only catered to these thoughts and come into being, Wang Chong solemnly said. Although his gaze had rested on the storyteller on the stage, it was mostly focused on the people around the stage and outside the restaurant. In their eyes, Wang Chong saw something, a change. This was what he truly worried about. And there was also the war in the northwest of the Tang dynasty. In the Battle of Talas and the Battle of Khorasan, the Tang dynasty, despite being outnumbered, defeated an army of 1 million Arabs. Even the Arab war god Qutayba died in battle. It was through this achievement that the young Marquis was recognized by His Divine Majesty and conferred the title of King of Foreign Lands, becoming the first king of a different surname in the Tang dynasty. There is no one in the world who does not know of this matter. But do any of you know what effect this war had on the entire Tang dynasty? The blue-robed storyteller on the stage tapped the wooden board and continued. The Silk Road was the most flourishing trade route of our Tang dynasty. Every year, an endless stream of caravans traversed this road. Silk, agate, coral, jade, tea leaves, porcelain, these caravans passed through this road in an endless stream, piling up into mountains. They passed through Chishi, Anshi, Talas, Samarkand, Khorasan, all the way to the distant Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, and even farther. This was a true road to prosperity. Many merchants even called it the Road of Gold, saying that what flowed on this road was not trade goods, but gold that flowed like liquid gold. Because they coveted the wealth on this road, many bandits and brigands gathered on the Silk Road. But now? The brigands have long since vanished, and although the trade between the East and the West has not been severed, the number of caravans traversing the Silk Road has dwindled to less than 1 in 10, far from its former prosperity. The war between the Tang dynasty and the Abbasid Caliphate has almost completely severed the trade between the two sides. And Khorasan is like an iron wall, cutting off this important trade route that involves tens of millions of taels of gold, perhaps even hundreds of millions of taels. Speaking of the Southwest, everyone feels that it's too far. But the starting point of the Silk Road is the capital of our Tang dynasty. Every year, countless silks, porcelain, tea leaves, and all sorts of other goods are sold, flowing like water. But after this war, what was the situation now? Didn't anyone feel it? Have you not sensed that your standard of living has dropped, that the goods you sell have decreased? There aren't as many who in the capital as there used to be, and no matter where the merchants of the Tang dynasty go to, they can sense the hostility and rejection of the other side. This is war. Is this what you want? Towards the end, the voice of the green-robed storyteller suddenly became much louder. The audience was eerily silent, the atmosphere oppressive. Unlike before, a thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Peace. We don't want war. Someone in the crowd shouted. Others quickly came to their senses and began to shout as well. We don't want war. We don't want war. At the start, there were only a few people, but as time went on, more and more people began to excitedly shout. Everyone's voices seemed to converge into one, and in the end, even the spectators in the restaurant in the clouds began to shout. Absurd. Just when the crowd was at its most fervent, a furious roar resounded through the air. In a private room of a restaurant not far from Wangchong, a burly man, exuding the aura of a general, flipped over a table and walked out. You rotten scholar! The soldiers are risking their lives on the front lines, spilling their blood and dying on the battlefield, but when it comes to you, you're the source of disaster? Without us generals, do you know how many more people would have died? The burly middle-aged man was as furious as a lion. With a few strides, he suddenly stepped onto the grandstand and grabbed the storyteller's collar like he was grabbing a chick and lifted him up from the ground. It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. I'm just stating the facts. The storyteller's face was covered in fear as he slapped the muscular man's hands, powerless to resist. It happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned by this scene. Impudent! A furious roar rang out. Before anyone could react, a young man, dressed in snow-white robes, suddenly appeared on the second floor of the restaurant. With a single move, he slapped away the middle-aged man's arm, sealed his acupuncture points, and seized him. As he was seizing the middle-aged man, the white-robed man's sleeve slid down, revealing a black mark on his wrist. Upon seeing this mark, Wang Chong and Su Shixian both grimaced. "My lord, it's someone from the Confucian sect," Su Shixian sternly said. The middle-aged man exuded the thick aura of a soldier. He was probably at Tier 7 of the profound martial realm, perhaps even higher, but he was powerless against the white-robed Confucian sect youth. "Release me! Just who are you people?" Right at this moment, the middle-aged man shouted loudly. As he spoke, he fiercely resisted. "Humph, we are the newly established office of the Imperial Court, responsible for pacifying the unrest in the capital and other regions, especially dealing with crimes committed by generals and soldiers. If you have a problem, have your superior report it to the office of the Imperial Court," the white-robed Confucian sect youth coldly said. With a wave of his hand, he revealed a token on which the words "Office of the Imperial Court" could be faintly seen. "Someone, come and take him away." The white-clothed young man's expression was grave and stern as he waved his hand towards the back. Immediately, two fully armored soldiers, one on the left and one on the right, escorted the middle-aged man downstairs. "Office of the Imperial Court? What office of the Imperial Court? I've never heard of it. Release me." The middle-aged man turned his head and saw that the white-robed youth was still struggling. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. It won't be long before everyone knows. Take him away." Chapter 13:10. In the box, Wang Chong and Su Shixian watched this entire process, their eyes slowly turning grave. What's going on? When did the Imperial Court establish the Office of Supervision? Did the King of Song mention anything about it? The city guard had always maintained order in the capital, but no one had ever heard of the office of supervision before. This subordinate does not know. His Highness the King of Song has never mentioned the office of supervision. Su Shixian lowered his head. Wang Chong said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. If this was a normal decision in the imperial court, he would have known about it. It was obvious that the Secretariat had bypassed the imperial court and made this decision directly. In the current imperial court, King Qi, the prime minister, and the grand preceptor had formed an alliance, and the first prince was acting as regent. With a nod of the head, many things could be quickly passed. In the past, this would have been somewhat difficult, but now that Li Junxian had replaced He Qingrong, the difficulty of passing many decisions had greatly decreased. The office of supervision was clearly one of them. Personally go to the King of Song's residence and ask him what's going on, Wang Chong said. Yes, this subordinate will do so. Yes, this subordinate will do so. Su Shixian swiftly left with the order. Li Junxian, you really can't hold back. Once Su Shixian left, Wang Chong raised his head and couldn't help but sigh. The majority of those who practiced the art of war were not meticulous in their thinking and were easily provoked. Li Junxian had clearly anticipated the reaction of those who practiced the art of war when he had arranged for these storytellers. Thus, he had established the office of supervision. The so-called maintenance of order in the city was just a cover-up. But no matter what you're thinking, I won't let you do as you please, Wang Chong said to himself. The generals of the art of war had returned to the capital after sacrificing themselves for the country, but the Confucians had used their weaknesses to scheme against them and throw them into prison. This was something that Wang Chong could not tolerate. Although Wang Chong did not approve of the generals' actions, this did not mean that Li Junxian could torture them like this. With a flick of his sleeve, Wang Chong quickly left this place. All right. Not long after Wang Chong left, the crowd in the restaurant burst into cheers and applause. Hearing the cheers, the worry in Wang Chong's eyes deepened. Who are you? Just as they were several streets away from the restaurant in the clouds, the white-clothed young man and several armored guards escorting the general suddenly stopped, all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy. Just then, there was a flash of light, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Not even the white-robed youth from the Confucian sect was able to clearly see how this person had appeared. I'm taking this person with me, Wang Chong said calmly with his hands behind his back. Impudent! The white-clothed young man was enraged by these words, and with a clang, he unsheathed his saber. To act first and report later, you're seeking death. Is that so? Since when did the Directorate of Affairs have such great authority? Wang Chong sneered and opened his palm, revealing a golden dragon token. The white-clothed young man hadn't been recognized yet, but the expressions of the guards from the Department of Discipline at his side suddenly changed. Your Highness! They all lowered their heads and bowed. Even the general they were escorting opened his eyes wide in shock. Any soldier would recognize Wang Chong and the King of Foreign Lands, and there was no soldier who did not recognize them. Wang Chong's token might be useless to the people of the Confucian sect, but it was completely different to those who practiced the art of war. It's you! The white-clothed young man's eyes chilled as he recognized who it was. The Tang dynasty had never had many imperial princes, and this young man was probably the only one. However, before he could do anything, whoosh, there was a flash of light, and a powerful suction force appeared. The general that was being held by the crowd was immediately pulled out. The white-robed young man's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously reached out, but he still grabbed nothing. By the time he raised his head, the general had already fallen into Wang Chong's grasp. I'm taking this person with me. If there's anything, have your Secretariat advisor come and get him, Wang Chong indifferently said. With a wave of his sleeve, he vanished into the distance. Bastard! The white-clothed young man chased after him, but how could he possibly catch up? The distance between them was far too great. and the armored guards at his side didn't even dare to take half a step forward. The king of foreign lands was the war god of the Tang dynasty. No one would dare to stop him if he wanted someone. The white-clothed young man still wanted to pursue, but suddenly, a familiar voice, as soft as a mosquito, rang in his ear. "Young master already knows of this matter. Let him be. In any case, he won't be able to be smug for long." The white-clothed young man's heart trembled and he stopped. Turning his head around, he saw that not far behind him, there were a few people standing on top of the wall like ghosts. The one in the lead was a white-clothed girl with long hair and fair skin. The girl looked in the direction that Wang Chong had left, her eyes icy. "Yes, senior sister." The white-clothed young man quickly stopped. On the other side, Wang Chong and the general quickly returned to the residence. The general comforted him, warned him not to act so impulsively in the future, and then allowed him to leave. The King of Song's residence quickly sent back news. Everything was as Wang Chong had guessed. The Office of Supervision truly had been established by Li Junxian to deal with those who were skilled in the art of war. This was one of the consequences of He Qingrong's position being replaced by King Qi's faction. With Li Junxian taking the lead, the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, the Prime Minister, and the First Prince nodding, he had bypassed the imperial court and established a new office of supervision. "Have you found out how many such storytellers are there in the capital? How many such lecture halls are there?" Wang Chong stood in his study, Su Qi, Su Shixian, Cheng Sanyuan, and the others at his side. Almost all the people in Wang Chong's faction had been gathered. "Your Highness, we've found that there are more than 1,200 storytellers in the city, and the content of their stories is identical. All of them are talking about the changes in the living standards of the people on the border before and after the war." Now, it had attracted a large number of people to watch. Even 3-year-old children were brought by adults to join in the fun. "We've noticed that more and more people are discussing this matter. Many places are saying that they want peace, not war, and the spearhead is directed at the militarists. Your Highness, this is very disadvantageous to us," Cheng Sanyuan sternly said, bowing. Upon receiving Wang Chong's order, they had sent more people to investigate, and from day to night, they had all been working on this matter. And the information they had gathered made them all feel uneasy. "Your Highness, what do we do? This is only the beginning, and it's only been a few days, but it's already had such a massive effect. If we let it continue, the effects will only get worse and worse." Everyone in the room was uneasy. "Your Highness, should I take some people to stop them and make it impossible for them to tell stories normally? With the help of the city guard, we can definitely do it," Su Shixian said through clenched teeth. Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, had enormous authority and could directly mobilize the soldiers of the city guard. Through the city guard, he only needed to use the excuse of discussing politics to arrest all the storytellers supported by the Confucian sect and make it impossible for them to tell stories normally. "It's useless. The Confucian sect is openly plotting, and we can't stop them. Moreover, if you really send people over, whether it's the city guard or someone else, it'll be the same as confirming their words. The people of the capital will only deepen their misunderstanding of us, and Li Junxian will be more than happy for us to do this." Wang Chong sternly said. "Ah! What do we do?" Everyone paled at these words. "All of you disperse for now. I'll think of a way," Wang Chong said with a wave of his hand. The most difficult things to deal with in the world were not sinister and unfathomable schemes, but open and above-board schemes. Li Junxian had clearly planned for everything. Wang Chong said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. At the same time, in the northwest of the capital, a magnificent estate loomed. Hanging over the gate of the estate was a black plaque painted with gold. 5 simple words were written on it: Secretariat Advisor's Residence. This was the residence of the newly appointed Secretariat Advisor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Junxian, and it had been gifted to him by King Qi. At this moment, Li Junxian, Elder Song, the white-robed young woman, and several experts of the Confucian sect had all gathered here. The Confucian sect pursued a principle of seclusion. No matter when, they could not reveal all of their strength to the world. But the moment Li Junxian ascended to the imperial court, everything changed. Since he had entered the world, he could not completely avoid the court. Tell me what happened one more time. Li Junxian stood in the middle of the hall and suddenly spoke. Yes, young master. The white-robed young man bowed and immediately recounted how he had clashed with that general in the restaurant in the clouds, how Wang Chong had noticed him, and how he had rescued the general. After that, the hall was silent. It seems like the king of foreign lands has already noticed us, Li Junxian said with a wave of his sleeve, his hands held behind his back. A king like Wang Chong would never appear at a place like the inn in the clouds to listen to a storyteller. Unless he had some ulterior motive, it was impossible for him to do so. Young master, the king of foreign lands is a meticulous and resourceful person. Since he has already noticed our movements, he will probably make a move soon. When the time comes, it will be disadvantageous to us. Elder Song suddenly said. Chapter 13:11. Elder Song worries too much. Li Junxian waved his hand, his expression relaxed as he strolled forward. There are schemes and overt schemes. Shady schemes are easy to dodge, but overt schemes are hard to guard against. This time, we are planning an overt scheme, using no trick. No matter how clever or resourceful the king of foreign lands is, there is nothing he can do. Moreover, everyone is watching. If he dares to move, he will be at a disadvantage. He is no longer fighting against just us, but also all the people of the capital and the hearts of the world. The Tang dynasty has been fighting for so many years, always in the north or the south, with almost no break. The common people have already begun to tire of war, their hearts yearning for peace. No one likes war, and everyone longs for peace. This is the trend of the times, and all we are doing is clearly display all of this to him. This is not a scheme. It is a fact. Li Junxian raised his head, his profound eyes seeming to peer into the endless depths. Everyone silently listened, a look of conviction in their eyes. The young master's martial arts, strategy, and intelligence were publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding in the Confucian sect. No one dared to doubt his plans. But a long night is fraught with dreams. The king of foreign lands is still an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Elder Song, junior sister, let's change the schedule and speed up the plan. Li Junxian sternly said. Yes, young master. Elder Song and the white-clothed girl bowed, smiles appearing in their eyes. A few moments later, with everything settled, everyone withdrew from the room, leaving only Li Junxian. King of foreign lands, the sword is easy to block, but the heart is hard to guard against. Let's see how you deal with it. Li Junxian raised his head and muttered to himself. As the debate in the capital of the Tang dynasty about the destructive effects of war on the economy and the living standards of the common people intensified, the proposals of Annan, Anong, Anshi, Baiting, and the Tang dynasty on the border to increase the number of trade ports and withdraw the army 200 li were all carried out. More and more who began to enter the trade markets in the interior from the trade port. Speaking the half-baked language of the Tang dynasty, more and more barbarians came to the Tang dynasty to do business. Li Junxian had even pushed the imperial court to pass a resolution stating that all who were fluent in the Tang language and could use it when purchasing goods would receive a discount of 12%, and the imperial court would subsidize this discount. Everything went on in silence. Half a month later, a piece of news shocked the Tang dynasty. After discussions between the Secretariat of State Affairs and the 6 ministries, the court decided to invite a group of Turks, Mengshizhao, Goguryeo, and Uzan people who were full of respect for the culture of the Tang dynasty and were learning the Tang language to visit the capital. The court would provide them with subsidies so that they could experience the local customs of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, it would also increase the common people's understanding of the who, deepen their mutual understanding, eliminate misunderstandings, and promote peaceful and friendly exchanges between the two countries. When the appointed time arrived, all the streets of the capital turned out. "Son, let's go. Father will take you to see the who." Early in the morning in the capital, a father excitedly rushed to the city gate with his son. Although the capital was the political and commercial center of the Tang dynasty and had quite a few who merchants, this time was different. The imperial court's announcement had clearly stated that the visitors this time were not those fat and wealthy who merchants, but truly ordinary who. They were just like the ordinary people of the Tang dynasty, flesh and blood, living very ordinary lives. They were not the fiendish who warriors that people imagined. Moreover, according to the imperial court, there were also many who girls, elders, and children. These were all people that were rarely seen in the capital. By the time this father and son arrived at the western gate, they were already surrounded by a sea of people. Countless people had also hurried over, all of them brimming with enthusiasm and excitement as if they were waiting for something. Bang! As they were waiting, they heard a massive boom, followed by the clattering of metal. The gate opened and cheers came from up ahead. "They're here, they're here! Everyone, look! There really are a lot of who." The crowd was in an uproar. In just a short moment, under the escort of the imperial soldiers, many figures riding on camels and horses quickly made their way into the city. "Son, look!" The father propped up his son and excitedly looked forward. Thousands of who were neatly lined up, heading toward the city gate. The father and son opened their eyes, and the first thing they noticed was the wrinkled old man at the very front. Unlike the ferocious, armor-clad, sword-wielding barbarians in their imagination, this was just an ordinary old man. He was dressed in coarse sackcloth, and his hands were as thin as twigs. His strength was about the same as that of an ordinary Han elder. Behind him were two Hu youths. Although they were Hu, they were dressed in the clothes of the Han. They appeared refined and courteous, not at all as crude as they had imagined. Behind them, the father and son saw two Hu girls with flowers in their hair. Their faces were flushed red, and they excitedly looked around. These two had clearly never been to the capital of the Tang dynasty, nor had they seen such a prosperous city. Everything around them gave them a sense of novelty and an unprecedented shock. "Zayali, look! What a beautiful house! This place is truly beautiful!" At this moment, the girl on horseback had no idea that someone was watching her. Her eyes were fixed on a nearby restaurant with richly ornamented beams and overhanging eaves. Her eyes were brimming with excitement as she gazed at the corner of the glass roof. Everything before her was even more magnificent than she had imagined, even grander than the descriptions she had heard from her teacher in the academy. The row upon row of buildings, the fluttering wine flags, the densely packed crowds on the streets, and all kinds of gorgeous and exquisite silks, clothes, shoes, and shoes. Everything here was completely different from what they had seen on the prairie. Truly too beautiful. It's like a dream. Zayali was even more shocked than the girl. Swish! While the two were still speaking, a Hu youth suddenly slid down from his horse and broke away from the group. In just a few steps, he had reached a shop selling meat buns by the side of the street. This sudden action alarmed the soldiers responsible for maintaining order, but it was too late to stop him. The owner of the bun shop was even more frightened, his face turning pale. "No, no, don't come over." The shop owner's eyes were filled with fear. "Bun, how much is one bun?" the Hu youth bashfully asked in the choppy Tang language. As he spoke, he took out a few copper coins from his bosom and handed them over. The bun shop owner's jaw dropped, and it took him a while to react. "You're a guest from afar, so I'll only take 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin is enough," the bun shop owner said as he handed over 2 steaming hot, big, and round meat buns. Thank you, thank you." The Hu youth took the 2 steaming buns and took a big bite. As he expressed his thanks, tears of excitement streamed down his face. I ate it. I ate the meat bun that teacher spoke of. The youth raised his arms and shouted to his companions behind him. Boom! Behind him, the Who exploded into thunderous cheers at the sight of the youth's magnificent feat. On the two sides of the street, the common people of the capital who had seen this sight, after their initial shock, also began to shout in excitement. Every one of them was overwhelmed with emotion. The Who! They were not the wealthy Who merchants of the capital, but the ordinary Who of the steppe. For the first time, the common people of the capital realized that the ordinary Who were just like them. There were white-haired elders among them, and there were youthful, enchanting young girls who were curious about everything. Their youths also had a shy, kind, and uneasy side. All of them were no different from the common people of the Central Plains. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Boom! When they realized this, the cheers of the crowd grew even louder. Even the soldiers maintaining order sensed this, and a faint smile appeared on their lips. After a long war and constant slaughter, the Who and the Tang people had finally welcomed a precious period of peace. Without the strangeness and estrangement, the common people of both sides were finally able to see the true face of the other side. Ha ha ha, son, look. There's nothing to be afraid of the Who. Isn't that right? At the edge of the crowd, the father holding his son aloft also sensed this joyous and harmonious atmosphere, his face brimming with excitement. Escorted by the soldiers and cheered by the crowd, the thousands of Who passed through the city gate, gradually making their way into the depths of the capital and toward the guest house that had been arranged for them. At this moment, few people noticed that in a restaurant on the street, a pair of eyes were slowly looking away, a hint of worry on their face. My lord, if this continues, the common people might make a mistake. They think that these kind and simple Who are all the Who. They think that the news on the border was fabricated by our soldiers in order to claim credit. The Confucian sect is misleading the common people. Su Shixian stood by the window, his face fraught with worry. He had accompanied his lord to this place before the imperial court had announced the start of the event. Although everything before him seemed relaxed and harmonious, and the Who elders and children did not seem to pose any threat, Su Shixian found it hard to be happy. It was very easy for people to only see one side and forget the other. Yes. Chapter 13:12. And how many people pretended not to see and pretended not to understand that these brave, vicious, and bloodthirsty Who horsemen were the children of these shy youths. How many Han people on the border, whether they were women or children, had fallen to the sabers and swords of these Who, their bodies plunged into pools of blood. Even the cruelest butcher could be kind at home, filial to his mother, and loving to his son, but when he was on the battlefield, he would not show the slightest mercy to his enemies. Let's go. Wang Chong sighed. Good advice was unpleasant to the ear. Although some things were correct, this did not mean that people would listen to them. Everyone tended to believe what they saw. The hearts of people had already changed. Wang Chong's eyes were brimming with worry. At the same time, on the other side of the street, a figure was also looking down. Unlike Wang Chong, this figure nodded in satisfaction at the harmonious chatter and laughter between the people of the Tang dynasty and the other countries, a faint smile on his lips. All his efforts had paid off. When the people of the Tang dynasty and the other countries lived in harmony, they had once more confirmed that principle of the Confucian school. People were the same and their hearts were the same. Although their appearances were different, their languages were different, their countries were different, and their habits were different, once these external things were discarded, the hearts of people were the same. They shared the same emotions, the same joys, anger, sorrow, and joy. War originated from the unknown, from misunderstandings and lack of understanding of each other. If both sides knew that the other was an ordinary person of flesh and blood like themselves, war could be averted. Sometimes, in order to achieve this grand ideal, one had to resort to some necessary measures. Let's go. Tell the others that we can speed up the next step. Li Junxian turned his head and said to the people behind him, Yes, young master. Elder Song and the others bowed. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Junxian stood up from the table. He took one last glance at the people of the various countries, and his starry eyes slowly became determined. People could coexist peacefully, and the scene outside the railing was extremely precious to the entire world. For this scene, he was willing to pay any price, and if anyone stood in his way, then for the sake of the people of the various countries and the greater ideals, he could only sacrifice himself. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Li Junxian vanished from the restaurant. Several days later, in the Wang clan residence. Your Highness, there are voices coming from the streets. Crowds are gathering. They are petitioning to stop the war. Early in the morning, Su Shixian rushed into Wang Chang's room. The situation was getting worse and worse. Ever since the tea-houses and restaurants discussed the changes in the economy of the border before and after the war, and now that the Hu were entering the capital, the people in the capital were becoming more and more weary of war. Moreover, the disarmament of the various countries and the withdrawal of defense had all deepened this point. And now, this feeling was getting more and more serious. Occasionally, some rational voices would be drowned out. Did the Confucian sect add fuel to the fire? Wang Chong said calmly. No. Su Shixian shook his head. They're all small groups of people. Influenced by the weariness of war in the capital, they've gathered. Wang Chong said nothing, only sat on the sandalwood chair and closed his eyes, a hint of worry in them. I have to do something. Wang Chong slightly raised his head, his mind in turmoil. War was cruel and no one liked war. It was understandable that the people hated war and hated it. But war was not a game for children. It could not be repeated, and no one cared about one's feelings. Whether one hated it or not, whether one liked it or not, was not important. In the face of war, one could only accept the challenge or not. And the result of not accepting the challenge was the destruction of one's family, the destruction of one's life. Everything one cared about would turn to nothing. This included one's lowly weariness of war or not weariness of war. When the enemy came knocking on one's doorstep, one had no right to refuse. The Confucian sect had treated war too simply, and the common people had also been influenced to view war too simply. Wang Chong could already sense that an invisible undercurrent was brewing. Although this undercurrent was related to the Confucian sect's guidance, there was an even deeper reason behind it. Li Junxian and the Confucian sect were only using it. Even without them, this energy would still have erupted. And if left unchecked, this danger would only get worse. What's the situation with the commander base? Wang Chong suddenly asked, his eyes still closed. Su Shixian was quiet for a long time. The commander base, having invested a great deal of manpower and resources, was able to be completed in time. But right now the morale of the army is unstable, and the commander base hasn't received many applications. Senior Zhang has also asked Your Highness if it should be delayed a little longer. The desire for peace and the weariness of war had not only affected the people of the capital, but also the soldiers on the border. Uzan, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goguryeo, Arabia, Mengshi-Zhao, all of the countries bordering the Tang dynasty had reduced their armies by more than 1 million soldiers. Such a situation had never occurred in the history of the Tang dynasty. And the Tang dynasty had reached a peace treaty with all these countries. In addition, the foreign armies had retreated 300 li from their original defensive line, while the Tang dynasty had retreated 200 li. This meant that the armies of the two sides had been separated by another 500 li. Not even the scouts could sense their presence. It was a rule of the army that the scouts could not investigate more than 500 li from the front of the army. This was like going from a hostile environment to a deserted desert. The duty of the army was to defend, to defeat the attacking foe. But if the foe was not hostile, or even sensed, what was the point of the army? In this situation, even the most experienced general of the army felt perplexed. Had the Tang dynasty truly achieved peace with the other countries? Or was the existence of the army gradually becoming unnecessary? The generals on the border reported this situation to the Bureau of Military Personnel and Wang Chong. "There's no need. Tell Venerable Senior Zhang and the Bureau of Military Personnel to continue as before. In addition, keep a close eye on the Confucian sect. I have a feeling that this isn't all they want. They must be doing something else," Wang Chong sternly said. "Your subordinate will go." The Secretariat Advisor residence. During the day, countless figures would come and go, but at night, they would be replaced by countless messenger pigeons. All the news from the foreign lands, the capital, and the 9 provinces would be gathered here. As night fell, the councillor's residence was heavily guarded. Countless people armed with weapons stood guard, looking around vigilantly. Anyone who dared to approach would be stared at by them. The center of the junior martial advisor's residence was brightly lit. The light from the countless red lanterns and candles allowed one to see many powerful figures walking in and out of the residence. Almost all of these people had the black insignia of the Confucian sect on their wrists. How is the disarmament going? In the hall, there was a wooden table. Other than a cup of tea, there was nothing else on it. Li Juanxian's handsome face was seated on the side, elegant and tranquil, exuding a transcendent aura. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was fraught with tension. "Young master, everything is going according to plan. The Gogurians were the first to finish. We've sent people to investigate. They truly have reduced 280,000 soldiers. In addition, the Eastern and Western Turks, the Uzan, the Shi, the Khitans, and even the Abbasid Caliphate have all disbanded 80% of their soldiers. Our people have been supervising the entire process. In addition, we've discovered the men of the Bureau of Military Personnel. This was originally an agreement between us and the foreign countries. The Bureau of Military Personnel has interfered without our consent. Should we warn the Bureau of Military Personnel and have them withdraw their men?" An azure-robed young Confucian sect expert said with a bow. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that this person was the same person who wore a faceless mask and danced with his sword at the Drunken Moon Tower. "There's no need. The Bureau of Military Personnel naturally has its own benefit. At the very least, the foreign countries will have some misgivings and can help us supervise them in completing the disarmament agreed upon." Li Junxian waved his hand in a carefree manner. His every movement naturally exuded the aura of a Confucian general who could devise strategies. Whether it was the capital or the Four Wilderness, everything was within his grasp. "Yes. In addition, Sword Ghost, what's the situation in the capital?" Li Junxian said. "There are 1,300 storytellers in the capital's restaurants and tea-houses, and all of them are narrating the information we gathered for them. All the information was obtained from the Bureau of Revenue and was not processed in the slightest. In addition, the last time the Hu entered the capital, the effects were much better than expected. In the past, the common people of the capital were filled with fear of the Hu, paling at the mere mention of their name. But after this interaction, everyone has realized that the Hu are just ordinary people like us, not as terrifying as the legends make them out to be. Just as young Master said, war originates from the fear of the unknown. As long as we can understand each other, there won't be so many wars. The results are already clear. Many people have already gathered in the capital, and the voices of disgust for war are clearly increasing. All of this has happened on its own. I've done nothing to add fuel to the fire." Sword Ghost sternly said. "Correct. But this alone isn't enough. Elder Song, how long until the people we arranged for arrive?" Li Junxian suddenly turned his head to the black-robed Elder Song. "They all arrived in the capital 2 hours ago and are awaiting young master's order," Elder Song sternly said. Elder Song's expression was stiff as he spoke in a deep voice. Sometimes, for the sake of the welfare of more people, as long as the greater goal is correct, we must use some necessary methods. Elder Song, begin. Everything will begin tonight. Li Junxian finally stood up from his seat. Yes. Chapter 13:13. Wang Chong, the will of the people is the will of the heavens, and the will of the heavens is the will of the people. Now, the hearts of the people are slowly changing. People yearn for peace and hate war. Do you still have a way to deal with it? In the face of the great trend of the world and the advancement of history, everyone's power was insignificant. A mantis trying to stop a chariot would only be digging its own grave. Now, it's up to you. This is also your last chance. With these last words, Li Juanxian's gaze became extremely sharp. High mountains and flying waterfalls. Wherever they went, they were majestic and unstoppable. From the beginning of the arrangement until now, the general trend had already been formed. This was no longer something that could be stopped by anyone. Even Wang Chong couldn't do it. Your Highness, bad news. Early in the morning the next day, Su Shixian rushed to Wang Chong's study, his face pale and his hair on fire. The people of the Confucian sect invited many of the people of the war-torn border to restaurants and tea-houses, using their experiences to explain the dangers of war to the people of the capital. This matter has caused an uproar in the capital, and all the restaurants of this sort are practically empty. What? When he heard this, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly stopped writing. When did this happen? Last night. Su Shixian replied, a worried look on his face. The people of the Confucian sect used to cover things up a bit, but this time they're no longer doing so. This subordinate is worried that this is only the beginning. The Confucian sect will make even more moves. As Su Shixian followed Wang Chong for a long time, he gradually began to understand a few things. The Confucian sect wouldn't be satisfied with the current situation. They had even greater plans, and the prince was one of his main targets. Wang Chong didn't say anything, but his brows gradually furrowed. The Confucian sect had sent people to the various restaurants and tea-houses of the capital to talk about what had happened before and after the war, and the hearts of the people in the capital had already accumulated to a certain level. What the Confucian sect was doing now was igniting a spark and exploding this barrel. Again, Wang Chong said. Su Shixian quickly left to carry out the order. Countless warhorses galloped out of the Wang clan residence and scattered to the tea-houses. Whether it was Wang Chong, Su Shixian, or the instigators of all this, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect, they had all greatly underestimated the impact the people of the capital would have on the chaos of war. The cruelty and terror of war and the pain of losing one's loved ones had deeply stimulated all the people of the capital. With the help of the Confucian sect, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered together to petition for peace, to stop the war, to cherish the hard-won agreement with the foreign countries, and to disband the army. Let more children leave the army and return to the side of their parents, to avoid the separation of father and son, and the pain of eternal separation. In a single day, the Confucian sect was able to use this massive petition to bring forward the decision to disband 300,000 soldiers in the imperial court. This decision shook both the court and the people, as well as the entire empire. Impossible! This can't be allowed! A thunderous voice resounded through the court. Wang Chong was like an enraged lion, his eyes red and ready to devour anyone. Everyone was frightened by Wang Chong's demeanor. The Tang dynasty has already disbanded a large number of its soldiers. If we disband another 300,000 soldiers, even if we disband the prefectural armies, the Tang dynasty will only have around 300,000 soldiers left. With such a small number of soldiers, how can we defend the empire if something happens on the border? Wang Chong was furious. The Confucian sect's actions had touched his bottom line. As long as I'm here, this proposal can never be passed. At Wang Chong's words, a harsh light flashed through Li Juanxian's eyes. King of foreign lands, you have also seen the people of the capital. The people of the capital are longing for peace, and no one wants war. Do you want to use this to claim credit? Li Junxian sternly said. With a wave of his sleeve, he stepped forward and confronted Wang Chong. In the entire imperial court, the only person who could oppose Wang Chong was this secretariat advisor of the Confucian sect. Moreover, the foreign countries have already disbanded 1 million soldiers. By disbanding its soldiers, the Tang dynasty is expressing to the foreign countries that it will never fight again. Since there is no war, what need is there for so many soldiers? Absurd. This proposal can never be passed. Since the beginning of history, when has war ever stopped? Once war breaks out, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Can you bear the responsibility? Wang Chong harshly retorted. Everything had a limit, and the Confucian sect's actions were already a grave threat to the empire. For the first time, Wang Chong felt an intense desire to kill Li Junxian. Thus, I am not disbanding all the soldiers, but keeping 300,000 soldiers. Disbanding the army is imperative. King of foreign lands, the world is at peace, and the general trend is in place. Anyone who destroys this hard-won peace will be a criminal of history. Or perhaps, King of foreign lands, if you have the gift of the gab, why don't you personally explain to those common people who have lost their children, wives, fathers, and brothers? The arrow on the bowstring had to be fired, and anyone who dared to stand in the way of the Confucian sect would forever be their enemy. Enough. The first prince, who had been calmly seated this entire time, suddenly spoke in a thunderous voice. Today's matter will end here. Everything will wait for Imperial Father's imperial review before making a decision. For the first time, the first prince did not agree with Li Junxian. After the Holy Emperor, he was the first-in-line successor to the throne. Even the first prince had to be careful about disbanding the army. King of foreign lands, you are walking a different path. In the past, you were able to emerge victorious in every battle and create an undefeated legend because you complied with the will of the people. But now, you have chosen to make an enemy of the will of the people. As the saying goes, when the moon is full and wanes, prosperity will inevitably decline. You have chosen a path of destruction for yourself. After the court meeting was concluded, Li Junxian and Wang Chong walked out of Taihe Palace and stopped at the bottom of the white jade core pool. Is that so? Perhaps I have chosen a path of destruction for myself, but you have chosen a path of destruction for the entire empire. One day, you will realize that your so-called path of salvation is actually the destruction of the empire. You are the criminal of the entire Tang dynasty. With a furious expression, Wang Chong left with a flick of his sleeve. People of different paths could not make plans together, and the paths between him and Li Junxian were already growing farther and farther apart. Behind him, Li Junxian was stunned, apparently not expecting such a reply from Wang Chong, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't worry, this day will never come, Li Junxian indifferently said, his expression firm. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Junxian also turned and left. You're right. While Wang Chong, Li Junxian, and the entire imperial court were in an uproar over the disarmament, 3 days later, a black falcon flew into the Tang dynasty's capital, bringing with it an even more shocking piece of news. Just a few days ago, 600,000 Arab soldiers had crossed the Tigris River and were attacking Khorasan with all their might. The entire Sassanid dynasty and all the rebel armies were doing their utmost to resist. Although Khorasan's walls were high and thick and guarded by countless soldiers, without the 50,000 Tang ballistae, the Sassanid dynasty could not stop the frenzied Arab assault. All of Khorasan was in grave danger and could fall at any moment. Sassanid Empress Adiya had issued a formal request for the Tang dynasty to send reinforcements. Rumble. This news was like a heavy bomb, stunning the Tang dynasty and the entire world. Your Highness, Great General Bahram has sent a letter. Your Highness, General Adiya has sent a letter. Your Highness, the leaders of the rebel armies have sent letters. Khorasan is in grave danger. Milord requests reinforcements. Within the Wang family residence, countless messenger pigeons flew like snowflakes into Wang Chang's study. The mood in the Wang clan residence was solemn. Your Highness, Khorasan is in dire straits. The Arabs are charging forward, fearless and unafraid of death. The Sassanid dynasty has already lost 200,000 soldiers, and the death toll is still rising. All of Khorasan is in grave danger and could fall at any moment. Su Shixian stood on the side, anxiously looking at Wang Chong. The Sassanid dynasty was an ally of the Tang dynasty, partners that had gone through thick and thin together. In this room, Su Qi, Su Shixian, and Cheng Sanyuan had all fought alongside the brave Sassanid warriors. To these people, these were not just names, but real existences of flesh and blood. But now, these allies were facing an unprecedented crisis. Everyone in the room stared at Wang Chong, awaiting Wang Chang's decision. Prepare my court robes. I want to enter the court immediately. Wang Chong stood up from his desk and immediately ordered. A few moments later, a carriage drove out of the Wang family residence and into the imperial palace. The Tang dynasty was fated to not be peaceful on this day. Your Highness, the Sassanid dynasty and the Tang dynasty are like lips and teeth, allies of each other. They are also an important barrier for the Tang dynasty to resist Arabia. If the Sassanid dynasty is broken, there will be no one left to resist the Arabs. In the future, the Arabs will advance eastward and target the Tang dynasty. The Battle of Talas will repeat itself. In the hall, Wang Chong gripped his ceremonial tablet, his insides burning. Speed is of utmost importance in war. This lowly subject recommends that the Anxi Protectorate Army and the Qixi Protectorate unite with the kingdoms of the western regions and immediately depart for Khorasan. In addition, we should negotiate with the Arabian Empire and order them to immediately withdraw. Your Highness, this subject objects. A voice came from below. Li Junxian straightened his robes and stepped forward, his expression extremely solemn. Chapter 13-14. Li Junxian's expression was cold and aloof, his voice deafening. He had also been caught off guard by this news. The battle at Khorasan had been far too sudden. If the Tang dynasty sent soldiers, all their hard-won gains would be for naught. Moreover, the relationship between Arabia and Khorasan is very complicated. Khorasan was originally Arab territory and has been ruled by Arabia for 30 years. This lowly subject recommends that we first negotiate with Arabia and express the position of the Tang dynasty so that we can resolve this matter as peacefully as possible. Your Highness, this subject agrees. At almost the same time, an official walked out of the ranks and coldly stared at Wang Chong. King of foreign lands, the Battle of Talas and the Battle of Khorasan have only just concluded. Have not enough of the Tang dynasty's soldiers died? It was one thing to protect the western regions, but this is a war between Arabia and the Sassanid dynasty. Do the warriors of our Tang dynasty also have to bleed? King of foreign lands, I think that you've gone senile. You've also heard the cries of the people of the capital. Anyone who dares to send soldiers now will be committing a crime against the world. King of foreign lands, peace has not been easy to come by. Remember, you are a king of the Tang dynasty, not a king of the Sassanid dynasty. Civil official after civil official stepped forward, each wave of opposition louder than the last. Not to mention civil and military officials, even if this incident did not happen, they would not have been able to pass. For the Tang dynasty to send soldiers in a war between Arabia and the Sassanid dynasty was simply absurd. Wang Chong said nothing, only looked at the generals in the Taiha Palace. But this time, even the generals were shrinking back. If it were any other matter, they would have immediately hesitated. But now the voices of the capital's opposition to war were still ringing in their ears, and the crowds outside the imperial city were endless. Not even they had the courage to ask the Tang dynasty to deal with Arabia for the sake of the unrelated Sassanid dynasty. As he saw the averting gazes of the crowd, Wang Chong seemed to understand something, and his heart chilled. What he was most worried about had still happened. The people of the Confucian school were weary of war, and the actions of the Confucian school were effective. Even the generals of the court were unknowingly affected. Your Highness, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. Without the skin, where will the hair attach itself to? Khorasan is the dam that the Tang dynasty uses to stop the flood. If the dam collapses and the flood comes pouring down, will the Tang dynasty still be able to exist? Wang Chong said bitterly. However, before he could finish, the first prince interrupted him. King of foreign lands, the military is a matter of great importance to the country. We can't ignore it. That's what you said. Let's put an end to this matter for now. Allow me to report to Imperial Father before making a decision. That one sentence made Wang Chong swallow back all the words he wanted to say. Everyone, the court is dismissed. Farewell, Your Highness. As the cold and aloof first prince stood up and left, Wang Chong's heart felt empty. He felt like he had stepped on air and was falling into the depths of the void. In his muddle-headed state, Wang Chong had no idea how he had left Taiha Palace and the Imperial Palace. Raising a tiger is inviting calamity. This is raising a tiger to invite calamity. Does no one understand that once Khorasan is breached, the Tang dynasty will be the next target of the Arabs? Khorasan has always been a source of strength. If the Arabs are allowed to reoccupy it, given time, those Sassanids who fought against the Arabs will turn against the Tang dynasty. The Arabs will be like a tiger that has grown wings. As countless thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong felt like something was stuck in his chest and his heart was in extreme pain. In the southwest, when he had faced an army of hundreds of thousands, an army that far outnumbered his own, even when he knew that the odds were against him, Wang Chong had never felt so uncomfortable. But those evasive eyes of the generals in the imperial court, when the world was at peace, the hearts of the people longed for peace. When had the hearts of the people crumbled to such an extent? The carriage rumbled. After traveling for some time, Wang Chong finally heard a familiar voice at his ear. How long have you been traveling? Your Highness, the imperial court did not pass it, right? Su Shishuan's cautious and uneasy voice came from outside. Wang Chong leaned against the carriage, his eyes half closed as he took in a deep breath, finally coming back to his senses. It's impossible to pass the imperial court. After a long while, Wang Chong finally spoke. Outside the carriage, Su Shishuan trembled, his face paling. Although His Highness had seemed a little off when he left the court, Su Shishuan had never imagined that the imperial court would directly reject the proposal to send troops to Khorasan. If this was the case, wouldn't Bahram and Princess Adia? Su Shishuan's heart sank. The carriage was quiet. Wang Chong said nothing, his expression extremely haggard. Although the first prince had said to wait until he reported back to the Holy Emperor before making a decision, no one understood better than Wang Chong that he was saying that the Tang dynasty would never send troops to Khorasan. And without the Tang dynasty sending troops, Khorasan would never be able to stop the constant Arab attack. Wang Chong felt like his insides were aflame. Shishuan, we don't have time. Prepare a brush and paper and immediately write a few letters for me. After some time, Wang Chong opened his eyes and sternly said, Your subordinate will go. Su Shishuan bowed. The matter of Khorasan was no small matter, and according to Wang Chong's orders, everyone had brought brush and paper with them so that Wang Chong could issue an order at any time. The first letter is to be sent to Anshi's Gao Xianji. Have him take 40% of the army, as well as Qing Qianli, Lu Shi, Shi Yuanqing, the Iron Wall Army, and the Mo Saber Unit in training. Have them go to Samarkand in the name of patrolling the border, and then set out at night to reinforce Khorasan. I will have Lord Zhangchou of the Bureau of Military Personnel take 3,000 ballistae to work with them. Wang Chong sternly said. Yes, my lord. The carriage clearly slowed, and Su Shixian began to write according to Wang Chong's orders. The second letter is to be sent to Qixis Su Hanshan and Li Sai. The more dangerous the moment, the calmer Wang Chong's voice became. Through the activities of Wang Chong and Zhangzhou Jianxiong in the imperial court, Su Hanshan and Li Sai had finally been released, and because of this matter, their prestige in the army had soared. Even the 3 Confucian commanders were now much more restrained. Tell them to mobilize all the Wushang cavalry and immediately head to Karasan. In addition, tell them to erase the Wushang cavalry from the army and restore their freedom. Ah! Su Shixuan's brush paused, a hint of shock appearing on his face. But Su Shixian quickly realized something and lowered his head. Yes, Your Highness. Of all Wang Chong's subordinates, only the Wushang cavalry were the most special. They were far more powerful than any other army, and not even the Mamelukes were a match for them. But even though Wang Chong had brought them along with the Qixi Protectorate to Arabia during the Battle of Talas and Karasan, the Wushang cavalry did not belong to the Qixi Protectorate. After the battle, they were supposed to be incorporated into the regular army, but the Wushang cavalry were too numerous and did not belong to any protectorate army, so they had not been completely integrated into the regular army. If they were going to reinforce Karasan, they would probably be the strongest fighting force on Wang Chong's side. The carriage was moving slower and slower, and in the end it was not much faster than walking. Outside the carriage, the rustling of writing never stopped. 1 letter, 2 letters, Su Shixian swiftly wrote according to Wang Chong's orders. The 3rd letter. Notify the King Gongka of the western regions for me. Have him use my name to recruit soldiers from the various kingdoms of the western regions. Tell the chiefs of the various tribes that the cooperation will continue as before. They will receive sufficient compensation from me. Order after order was issued from Wang Chong, his expression growing calmer and calmer. Outside the carriage, Su Shixian continued to respond, his brush furiously writing. The last letter. Write it for me to the Caliph Mutasim III of Arabia, Wang Chong said. Su Shixian was startled by these words, a hint of astonishment appearing on his face. He could understand writing to Gao Xianji and Su Hanshan and erasing the Wushang cavalry from the army, but Su Shixian had never imagined that Wang Chong's last letter would be to the Caliph of Arabia. Was His Highness trying to persuade the Caliph to withdraw? Wang Chong had no idea what Su Shixian was thinking. He was deep in thought. Tell Mutasim III to immediately withdraw his army. Tell him that courtesy demands reciprocity. If he refuses to withdraw, I will personally take Baghdad in the future. In addition, tell him that if Karasan falls and the Arabs massacre the city, the same thing will happen to the Arabs. Wang Chong's voice was icy cold as he spoke these last words. Su Shixian froze, and then he understood. The Great Tang and Arabia were tens of thousands of li apart, and the imperial court had yet to make a decision. What they needed to consider right now was not how to save Karasan, but how to deal with Arabia's vengeance if the city were to fall. Back then, the Great Tang and the Aswaran cataphracts had worked together to kill nearly 1 million Arab cavalry. To the Arabs, this was a blood feud, and given the Arabs' usual style, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would massacre the city once it was breached. Wang Chong's last words were clearly meant to prevent this from happening. Given the tough personalities of the Arabs, it was clearly impossible to intimidate them with a single letter, but it was completely different if this person was Wang Chong. If Wang Chong could kill nearly 1 million Arab cavalry, he would be able to kill even more Arab soldiers, and even massacre cities. This letter was not just a deterrent or a threat, but a real threat. Wang Chong had the ability to carry out everything he said. Chapter 13-15. After doing all this, Su Shixian, unwilling to disturb Wang Chong, chose a quiet and secluded path to the Wang family residence. Far too many things had happened in this period of time, and His Highness was truly too tired. The carriage was quiet. Wang Chong leaned against the side of the carriage, his head slightly raised, his mind in turmoil. Even after doing all this, he did not feel the slightest sense of relief. On the contrary, it only grew heavier. The people's aversion to war had reached such a level. Everyone believed that peace was too beautiful, too simple. Peace was something that one had to fight for, strive for, and strive for. While many people were discussing how Khorasan was far away and how the war there had nothing to do with the Tang dynasty, no one understood that the same thing could happen in the Central Plains, could happen in the Tang dynasty. They simply did not understand that sometimes it was not that one wanted to fight, but that one had to fight. What happened in Khorasan was the real world. Boom! Just as he was deep in thought, the carriage suddenly jolted and came to a halt. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong opened his eyes and said. "Your Highness, it's nothing. The road ahead is blocked. I'll immediately change to another path." Su Shishuan's voice came from outside the carriage. His voice was trembling slightly, tinged with panic. He immediately tried to change his path, but he was too late. "We don't want war." An earth-shattering, hoarse, and deafening shout suddenly came from ahead of them. "The Tang dynasty has already had too many wars. Anyone who dares to start a war will be everyone's enemy. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000. In order to claim credit, the border generals are willing to do anything. We will never agree." "Just how many people will die? 100,000? 1,000,000? Will those generals only be satisfied when the entire divine prefecture is littered with corpses? What does the war in Khorasan have to do with us? We don't want war." In the carriage, Wang Chong paled as he listened to those fierce cries. He suddenly understood. "Your Highness!" Su Shishuan subconsciously turned his head to look at the carriage behind him, suddenly feeling an intense unease. The matter in the imperial court was fermenting, and the people of the capital were holding demonstrations. Tens of thousands of people had gathered together to loudly shout, and as Su Shishuan sat at the front of his carriage, he could hear the shouts coming from all over the capital. "Let's move forward. I want to take a look." After some time, Wang Chong's voice came from the carriage. It was abnormally gloomy, and even Su Shishuan felt his heart tremble. He unsheathed the sword on his waist and quietly cut off all the emblems on the car. Whoosh! At a corner of the carriage, a curtain was lifted, and Wang Chong looked outside through the window. In the capital, rows upon rows of buildings spread out endlessly in one's field of vision. Under a few fluttering banners, Wang Chong saw a group of people gathering. Thousands of people had gathered together. Near and far, on the streets and in the restaurants, there were people everywhere. Some people had even brought over tables and chairs and were standing on them. As Wang Chong looked over, he saw men, women, the elderly, the middle-aged, the children, all of them were shouting, their faces red and their ears red, all of them extremely agitated and shouting with all their strength. Wave after wave was brewing, and in the distance, Wang Chong could see even more people gathering and shouting. At this moment, an extremely strange feeling surged in his heart. Shock, sorrow, pain, all sorts of emotions flitted through his mind, but the strongest of them all was a deep sense of regret. A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. A border general will do anything to claim credit. The imperial court and the people of the capital had probably already begun to misunderstand war to this extent. Just how much would the Tang dynasty have to pay? How much blood would they have to shed before they would learn their lesson, abandon their childishness and innocence, understand the cruelty of this world, understand that those who fell behind would be beaten, understand that strength was the only way to protect oneself? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The carriage continued to move forward. It blended in with the countless other carriages that were also stuck in a jam, so it did not attract too much attention. Through the carriage window, Wang Chong could see the countless anti-war protesters. His face was growing paler and paler. "Why do we have to fight? The Who are just like us, just ordinary people. We don't want to be the instigators of war. Let the Who resolve their own problems. The war between the Arabs and the Sassanids has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty. A series of shouts could be heard. Not far in front of them, a group of thousands of people had their arms raised high. Just as they rushed through the streets, another group of people followed closely behind, rushing over like a tsunami. One group, 2 groups, 3 groups, there were far more people protesting than had been imagined. The war in the distant Khorasan was like a heavy bombshell, igniting the anti-war sentiments of the crowd. Countless people took to the street. Several hundred li away, they had already encountered 7 or 8 groups of protesters, their voices clamoring against the war. These hoarse shouts were like thorns stabbing deep into Wang Chong's heart. Wang Chong leaned against the carriage and closed his eyes. Every breath seemed to drain him of all his strength. The carriage continued to advance. Gradually, more news began to arrive from the imperial court, and the crowd began to change the direction of their protests. From peace, not war, to opposition to generals, they finally targeted Wang Chong. All of this was the King of Foreign Lands' idea. Everyone, march together and let the imperial court know our intentions. Bring down the King of Foreign Lands. Shouts shook the heavens and the earth, and in one of the busiest areas of the capital, Wang Chong could see 7 or 8 azure-robed Confucians gathered on a high platform, loudly criticizing him. The world is already at peace, so why does the King of Foreign Lands propose to attack Khorasan? 400,000 in the southwest and 1 million in Talas and Khorasan. He's already killed 4 million. Is that still not enough? Just how many more people does he want to kill? He actually proposed to send another army to Khorasan in the imperial court. In the Tang dynasty, the King of Foreign Lands is the greatest demon king of slaughter. Bring down the King of Foreign Lands. We must have the Holy Emperor remove the King of Foreign Lands from all his posts. Our Tang dynasty cannot tolerate such a demon king of slaughter. Below the high platform there was a sea of people. With a single call from a few Confucian scholars, countless people responded. Every time the Confucian scholars shouted, countless people would respond in a frenzy. The sound waves came one after another, like a tidal wave, shaking heaven and earth. These bastards! Su Shishuan's eyes turned red, and he even felt like killing someone. One was loyal to the empire, one was willing to sacrifice his entire family's life to reverse the tide, one was a hero who had risked his life for the sake of the Tang dynasty when there were no soldiers available in the northwest. But in their mouths, he was a murderous demon king? Had they forgotten how they had all turned out when their lord first returned to the city, how they had worshipped him and treated him as a hero? It had only been a short time, but how had he become so fickle? At this moment, Su Shixian felt like his heart was dripping blood. No one could insult His Highness like this. Su Shixian would rather die than see a hero of the Tang dynasty be insulted and slandered in such a manner. I'm going to kill these bastards. Su Shixian clenched his fists and prepared to jump out of the carriage. Forget it. Let them go. At this moment, a tired voice rang out in his ear. Su Shishuan's heart ached at this voice. But, Your Highness, let them go, Wang Chong said once more, his back leaning against the carriage, motionless. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He did not care about the malicious attacks and curses of the Confucians. What he truly cared about were the intense emotions of the common people around the platform. When those voices of rebuke rang out together with the Confucian scholars, it was even more painful than the ice-cold swords. Ha! 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 At this moment, a childish voice came from the side of the road, attracting Wang Chong's attention. Subduing the dragon, subduing the tiger. Southern Swallow returns to the north. Supporting the heavens and supporting the earth. This voice, accompanied by the clattering of swords, was particularly distinct from the crowd. With a thought, Wang Chong parted a curtain. On the side of the street, next to a medicine shop, A boy of 7 or 8, dressed in blue robes, was brandishing a bamboo sword. Although the bamboo sword was light and powerless, the boy's eyes were clear and his expression serious. The crowd around him was shouting, but it was as if none of it had anything to do with him. The boy was completely focused, as if the bamboo sword in his hand was the only thing left in his world. "What are you doing? Don't you see that everyone is marching against the war?" Suddenly, a loud voice came from the side. Before the little boy could react, a rough, fan-like palm stretched out from the side and fiercely slapped the back of his head. At the same time, the bamboo sword in the little boy's hand was snatched away. "But didn't you hear what the restaurant said? Those who go to the battlefield have their guts pierced and their brains spilled out. I didn't raise you up to have you die on the battlefield. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. Hurry up and scram back into the house and study. Remember, you're not allowed to wield a sword in the future." Along with that voice, a woman in a coarse skirt appeared behind the little boy with a stern expression. She pounced on his face and started scolding him. "But, Mom, why?" The boy raised his head, his face full of grievance as if he wanted to argue. But he was quickly cut off. "There's no why. What's the point of being a soldier? Anyone who likes to fight is nothing good." Chapter 13:16. At that moment, Wang Chong felt like a dagger had been stabbed into his heart, causing it to tremble. The thousands of petitions, demonstrations in the capital, even direct attacks on him, were all inferior to a single word from this mother. On the side of the street, the boy lowered his head and timidly walked into the room behind him, as if he had done something wrong. When he saw the boy's disappointed, aggrieved, bewildered, and confused eyes, Wang Chong's heart fiercely convulsed. On the bustling and clamorous street, few people noticed the boy standing by the medicine shop, nor did they notice his mother. Their existences seemed petty and insignificant, but to Wang Chong, none of the protesting crowds in the capital were as large and dazzling as them. All the slander, all the criticism, and all the slander could not compare to the pain in the boy's eyes before he entered the room. The foundation of an empire depended on its people, and the foundation of its people was precisely this boy. When this boy was earnestly trying to protect the empire, his closest family told him that he should abandon the civil and military, that those who liked to fight were all bad people, that there was no future for them, that the empire's fate was sealed. If no one was willing to step forward to protect the empire, the people of the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty would have fewer and fewer generals, and only the most tragic fate would await the empire. From his reincarnation until now, there had not been a moment when he had not been running. There had not been a moment when he had not been worried about how he could save the empire, the collapsing Central Plains, and the countless people he loved living on this land. Thus, whether it was the War of the Southwest, the Battle of Talas, or the Battle of Khorasan, he had fought with all his strength, risking his life. When the Abbasid Caliphate had been routed, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had been turned into ice sculptures in the blizzard, and when even the arrogant emperor of the Abbasid Caliphate, Mutasim III, had been forced to deliver more than 1 billion taels of gold, Wang Chong had believed that he had won, that he had succeeded in changing the fate of the empire and the Central Plains. But when he saw the civil officials and generals in court, the crowds marching through the streets of the capital, and the aggrieved boy on the side of the street, Wang Chong suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. The Tang dynasty had been peaceful for too long. There were too many undercurrents and dangers hidden on the surface of the prosperous era. Forming the Wushang Iron Cavalry, forming the Mo Sword Unit, searching for meteoric iron from overseas, forging Wuzi steel weapons, recruiting mercenaries. All this while, he had been doing his best to increase the strength of this empire and its military strength. However, no matter how strong they were, no matter how many troops they had, they could only save them from a temporary crisis. They could not change the divine land forever. The War of the Southwest, the Battle of Talas, these dangers were far from the beginning, and they certainly would not be the end. If he wanted eternal peace, he had to forever change the thinking of this empire. What this world truly needed to be saved was not the miserable defeats it had suffered, but the rotten hearts of the people. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. At this moment, Wang Chong deeply felt that he had to do something. Even if no one supported him, even if no one understood him, he still had to do something. Before the world was thrown into a storm, he had to lead this country out of the swamp and onto the correct path. Return to the residence. The carriage finally passed through many streets and entered the depths of the Wang family's residence. At this moment, no one in the capital, including Wang Chong himself, knew that the storm that was about to occur would engulf the entire Tang dynasty, the entire world, and would completely change this ancient country of the East. The wheels of history would roll onto another path. By the time Wang Chong entered the residence, the entire capital was undergoing a major transformation. Events were developing far more intensely than many people had imagined. The anti-war protests that had swept through the capital showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, they only intensified and began to spread from the capital to the rest of the 9 provinces. As the anti-war cries grew louder and louder, so did the calls for the disarmament of the army. Many letters were sent to the border, hoping to summon back their sons and daughters from the army. All sorts of war weariness reached a peak, and under the pressure of the people, the imperial court was forced to make the decision not to send soldiers in less than 2 days and formally reduce the army by 300,000 soldiers. And before one wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. In just 3 days, an even more shocking piece of news arrived. Having lost the support of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, which had managed to hold out for a very long time, was finally broken by the Arabs. Khorasan had fallen. All this news was gathered in Wang Chong's residence. While the capital was in an uproar, the gates of the Wang family residence were tightly shut. How is it? Has the food still not been touched? In the Wang family residence, Su Shixian looked at Su Ke, his eyes brimming with concern. Ever since he returned from court, Wang Chong had shut himself in his study, neither speaking nor moving, and the food that had been delivered had not been touched. Su Shixian had tried to eavesdrop outside the door, but there was no sound from the study. This worried Su Shixian and everyone else in the residence. It hasn't been touched. His Highness's current situation is truly worrisome. Su Ke replied. This matter has definitely dealt a heavy blow to him. Su Ke was no less worried than Su Shixian. Wang Chong had always placed great hopes on the imperial court, but this time, both the imperial court and the people had left Wang Chong deeply disappointed. The Confucians of the capital had even begun to attack Wang Chong. Su Ke could guess that Wang Chong was in a terrible state. Even his subordinates felt deeply wronged on Wang Chong's behalf. But in the face of this wave of anti-war sentiment, both he and Su Ke felt that their words carried little weight and that they could do far too little. The two of them glanced at the closed door of Wang Chong's study and mentally sighed. At this moment, Wang Chong's study was quiet. If one looked through the door, they would see that Wang Chong was sitting motionlessly behind his desk. He had been in this state for 5 days now. His desk was piled high with all kinds of letters, from Khorasan, the imperial court, and the people. All sorts of news were like ants gnawing at his heart. Wang Chong's eyes were shut, his face pale, and he seemed to be petrified. But beneath his calm exterior, no one knew that a storm was raging in Wang Chong's mind. After his reincarnation, the War of the Southwest, the Battle of Talas, and even the destruction of the Divine Prefecture and the calamity of the 9 provinces in his last life had all appeared in Wang Chong's mind. The Tang dynasty of today was powerful and prosperous, but people only saw its glory and victory after victory. They had never thought about how many lives and blood had been shed for its prosperity and prosperity. History was like a blade. People only saw its sharp side, but they did not see the blood stained with it. History was like a gem. People were often attracted by its splendor, but they forgot about the painstaking efforts of the craftsmen behind it. While the people of the capital were living in a fantasy, demanding peace and opposing war, few people noticed that in the distant Khorasan, which also longed for peace, was a land strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. War was not as far from the Tang dynasty as everyone imagined. While rivers of blood flowed in Khorasan, the Tang dynasty was still living in a fantasy. Everyone longed for peace, but they forgot that peace could not be begged for, but fought for. Through war for peace, peace would exist, and through peace for peace, peace would perish. Nature was cruel, and the world was cruel. The cicada was caught by the mantis, but the mantis was eaten by the oriole. Just how much blood and sacrifice was needed to understand the simple principle of weak countries have no diplomacy, and those who fall behind are bound to be beaten? In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had saved nearly 1 million civilians. In the Battle of Talas, Wang Chong had saved Anshi, Chishi, and Longxi. But this time, Wang Chong deeply felt that he had to save the fallen hearts of the empire. Worry, pain. All sorts of emotions converged in his mind. It can't be like this again, it can't be like this again. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. If everyone chose to remain silent, he would not choose to remain silent. If everyone chose to turn a blind eye and retreat, then he alone would bear the burden and strive forward. Even if he was not understood, even if his reputation was ruined, even if his bones were crushed, he had to make the empire understand one principle. Swish! Wang Chong fiercely took a brush from the brush rack and dipped it in ink. At this moment, all the things he had experienced in the mortal world gathered in his mind, transforming into a single clear thought. Wang Chong unfurled a piece of paper and used all his strength to write 5 large words. Strength, power, right, truth, reason, rumble. The instant the first word rang out, a wild wind suddenly kicked up, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The instant the second word rang out, the lightning in the world suddenly burned countless times more intensely, and torrential rain poured down from the sky. And when Wang Chong wrote the last word, the entire capital underwent a massive transformation, countless bolts of lightning flitting through the clouds. The deafening roar resounded through the world. Even the torrential rain intensified, the winds howling like the wailing of ghosts and the wailing of gods, all of them seemingly stunned by those 5 words. What's going on here? There were still several hours until nightfall, so why did it get dark so quickly? Chapter 13:17. This heavenly phenomenon was different from the past. It was too frightening, too fierce. This was the heavenly might of nature, enough to strike fear into one's heart. Whoosh! As the torrential rain poured down, in another part of the capital, in the Secretariat Advisor residence, a young and handsome man dressed in white poked his head out of his room and stared at the phenomena in the sky in shock and bewilderment. Anything abnormal must have a heavenly phenomenon. Just what's going on here? Li Junxian muttered to himself as he gazed at the sky. The phenomenon in the sky was definitely not normal. The Confucian sect had a very long history, and there were many records of this phenomenon. The last time such a phenomenon had occurred was over 1,000 years ago. According to the Confucian sect's records, that was when Emperor Wu of Han received Dong Zhongshu and declared that he had dismissed the 100 schools of thought and revered Confucianism alone. This was the so-called heavenly resonance, but when a massive change occurred in the human world, the world would definitely respond. In the imperial palace, a fierce storm was raging. In the center of the imperial palace, an embroidered eunuch with a round and jade-like face, like the reincarnation of Maitreya, was gazing at the sky, a hint of worry in his eyes. A heavenly phenomenon. It's not good. Gao Lishur gripped Flotsam as he gazed at the pitch-black sky and the blazing lightning bolts overhead. His brow deeply creased, his eyes brimming with worry. Ha ha ha, let him be. Only when the world changes will there be a dragon and snake, and when there is great chaos there will be great changes. This is the sign of the world's golden age, so how could there be any calamity to worry about? Just at this moment, a burst of laughter came from the hall behind him. Originally, there was a lot of coughing in the hall, but at this moment it was filled with excitement, and there was an uncontrollable joy. At this moment, the most worried were Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian, who were closest to Wang Chang's study. What's going on here? Outside Wang Chang's study, Su Shixian, Qing Sanyuan, and the others raised their heads and paled at this sight. In his many years in the capital, Lei Bao had seen countless things, but he had never seen anything like this. Not only that, but the moment the world changed, everyone clearly felt an enormous pressure suddenly erupt from Wang Chang's study. That feeling was like an ant that was as tiny as a speck of dust facing the vast might of the heavens, and it caused one to involuntarily feel a deep sense of reverence and fear. Almost instinctively, everyone felt that this sudden phenomenon was somehow related to Wang Chong. "Look over there." All of a sudden, Qing Sanyuan pointed upward and said. Following the direction of Qing Sanyuan's finger, the sky was dark and filled with thunder and lightning. But in the sky above the Wang Chong residence, directly facing Wang Chang's study, the wind and clouds churned and a huge vortex suddenly appeared. Looking carefully, that vortex seemed to be the center of the storm, and all the thunder and lightning seemed to originate from there. Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian glanced at each other, both seeing the deep shock in each other's eyes. Outside the window, the wind and rain swayed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, within the study, Wang Chong had completely forgotten about everything in the outside world. After writing down the words "might makes right," Wang Chong continued to write. In the history of the human race, countries stand in great numbers, and countless countries form an enormous jungle. Where there is a jungle, there is law. Fish could help each other in times of need. A female bird would feed its young, but a hound would chase a rabbit, a wolf would chase a hound, and a tiger would hunt a wolf. Weaker creatures would be preyed on by stronger creatures. This was the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. Only the strongest can survive in this jungle. A mountain has limited prey and resources. In the long run, there is only enough to support one tiger. If another tiger comes, there won't be enough food, and there will inevitably be a struggle. If two tigers can coexist peacefully, they will both have to face the danger of starvation. This is why it is said that one mountain cannot contain two tigers. This is true for animals, and it is also true for countries. In a struggle, what ultimately determines victory or defeat is size, physique, and martial strength. The weak can only be driven away or die. This is the law of survival. From ancient times until now, every dynasty has been the same. When the countries fought with the Qin was strong and the other countries were weak, so the Qin obtained the world. At the end of the Han, the other countries fought with the powerful Wei, but in the end Wei survived while the other countries were destroyed. The great Qin expelled the northern Di and Xiongnu through martial strength, not benevolence. If the violent Qin was not strong and the Hu invaded, the central plains would have long since been destroyed. Wu of Han fought with the northern Hu and resisted the southern barbarians because of the Han's strength, not because of the Confucians of Zhongshu. The reason why the Tang dynasty is so powerful and the other countries are vying to submit to it is because the other countries know of the Tang dynasty's strength, not because of the Tang dynasty's benevolence. The strong survive while the weak are destroyed. This is the law of the heavens, a foregone conclusion. Like the sun and moon rising from the east, the stars setting in the west, it cannot be changed. From ancient times until now, there has never been a case of the weak surviving, while the strong being destroyed. The replacement of the Qin and the Han was due to the weak at the end of the Qin and the strong at the beginning of the Han. Looking at the four seas, like the Battle of Jiulu, Xiongyu was destroyed while the strong Qin survived. Today, things are the same, but the people are not. Wolves eat meat, deer eat grass, this is the nature of things. Today, the barbarians of the four wastelands have the nature of tigers and wolves. They disarm in the yang but oppose in the yin. They build up their troops and wait for the day to come. But the Tang dynasty claims to be benevolent and righteous, withdrawing their troops and horses. They are like humans cutting off their limbs, tigers losing their claws, hoping to weaken themselves in exchange for peace, never to fight. This kind of behavior is like feeding a tiger with one's body, holding firewood to extinguish a fire. The fire will not be extinguished until the firewood is extinguished. When the Tang dynasty weakens, the four powers will gather and divide it. When the divine continent falls, the Tang dynasty will fall, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering, there will not be a day for 100 people to survive, then it will be too late for regrets. Looking at the present from the past, seeking peace through war will lead to peace, seeking peace through compromise will lead to peace. If the Tang dynasty wants to achieve 100 generations of peace, never to be invaded, then they must strengthen themselves and the people will be strong, helping themselves and the heavens will help them. Wang Chong's pen moved faster and faster, 1 page, 2 pages. Every time he finished a page, he would change to a new one. His life's resentment, worry, and the thoughts and gains of several lives were all turned into his pen. Outside the window, thunder and lightning intertwined, becoming more and more intense, and the sky had completely darkened. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, countless people panicked in this strange darkness for an entire night. And in Wang Chong's study, the wind was raging, countless pages rustling, and Wang Chong buried his head in his desk, never stopping. Those who fall behind will be beaten. If you don't want to be enslaved, if you want true peace, you must constantly strengthen yourself. You must understand that might makes right. This is the only law of survival. After an unknown period of time, when he wrote the last paragraph, Wang Chong finally let out a long sigh, and the night and storm outside the window also dissipated. The clouds disappeared, the rain stopped, everything calmed, and the entire east lit up. Wang Chong put down his pen, hung it back on the pen holder, and leaned against the back of the chair, motionless, a deep exhaustion on his face. This short night had drained all of his strength. Compared to any battle, it made him feel more exhausted and haggard. Thousands of words, all the resentment and worry, at this moment, had all been put into the pen. But Wang Chong knew that all this was far from over. This thick stack of Xian paper recorded a new ideology that far surpassed this era, and for this world where harmony is valued and benevolence and righteousness are supreme, it was bound to be a great impact. The world was far crueler than anyone could imagine, even if everyone did not understand him. Wang Chong had to do this. Good medicine tastes bitter. Good advice grates on the ear. Wang Chong did not know if what he did was effective, nor did he know what kind of impact it would ultimately have on this world. But no matter what, Wang Chong had to try. Go. 1. Try. Rumble. In the instant that Wang Chong put down the pen, thunder roared in his mind, and at the same time, light and shadow floated in the study. A familiar power, like a tide, surged over. That was the power of the world's origin. Special event. What the host is writing now will have a great impact on the entire history. The scope of the impact will include the entire world. There is a great possibility that it will cause the entire world to completely walk on an unknown path. It contains a great risk, but it may also bring a great harvest. The final impact cannot be determined. The host has 3 minutes to consider, burn all the words, and reduce the impact of this event on the entire world to 0. But the host can also consider publicizing this impact that transcends the era to the world. But the publication of these words may cause a great change in the Tang dynasty, as well as a great backlash in this world, and even lead to the final failure and destruction of the host. The consequences are completely unpredictable. The host, please reconsider. May I ask if the host has decided to release the entire manuscript to the public? In a flash, a large string of information, like a waterfall, whizzed down from his mind. Different from before, this time, the Stone of Destiny's voice revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Wang Chong leaned against the back of the chair, motionless, his mind in turmoil. At the same time, light and shadow in the study also fluctuated, as if changing according to Wang Chong's thoughts. A scroll of text could actually cause the Stone of Destiny to give such a high evaluation. This was something that Wang Chong had not expected at all. And what kind of impact this scroll of text would have on this world, even the Stone of Destiny could not determine. But Wang Chong did not hesitate for too long, and immediately made a decision. Yes. Wang Chong's voice was neither loud nor soft, but the moment he spoke, a deafening clap of thunder exploded through the world, seeming to tear the world asunder. Buzz. In the next moment, the Stone of Destiny's voice sounded in Wang Chong's mind again. Major world event. Might Makes Right is about to be published. This event will have an enormous impact on the entire history of the world. Because this event far surpasses anything that has ever happened in the history of the world, the host will be rewarded with 100,000 points of destiny energy. However, because this idea far surpasses the era, it is incompatible with the will of the world, and the publication of this text will cause the depth of history to deviate from its original trajectory. From the day this text is published, the host will suffer a great rejection and backlash from the power of the world. Special reminder: from the day this text is published, the host will consume a large amount of destiny energy at every moment in order to resist the power of the world. The consumption of destiny energy will be determined by the degree of resistance of the world. And if all destiny energy is used up, the host will die. This situation will continue until this event is completely concluded, or until the host's ideas are completely accepted by the world. Chapter 13:18. Wang Chong was dazed. He had never expected this sort of situation. Ever since he had obtained a vast amount of destiny energy in the War of the Southwest, it had been a very long time since Wang Chong had encountered the world bind. As long as one had enough destiny energy, the world bind had no effect, but this time was clearly different. But before Wang Chong could think any deeper, the door opened and Su Shixian, Su Kui, Qing Sanyuan, Xue Qianjun, and the others rushed in. The moment the four entered, they scanned the room, their gazes quickly landing on Wang Chong. From last night until now, they had been standing outside for as long as Wang Chong had been writing, all of them uneasy. "Your Highness, how are you?" They looked worriedly at Wang Chong behind the desk. Wang Chong's face was pale, his body thin, and he seemed to have lost a great deal of weight. But even though he seemed extremely tired, Wang Chong's eyes were still bright. But the more this was the case, the more worried the four became. Wang Chong said nothing, only waved his hand. "Su Shixian, Qing Sanyuan, Xue Qianjun, Su Kui, I have a task for all of you. Take these manuscripts on the table. I want them to be typeset, printed, and bound into books as quickly as possible. Then, I want them to be distributed throughout the empire in my name. In 3 days, I want the entire capital, including the prefectures of the 9 provinces, to be able to see this book." At the end, Wang Chong extended a finger and pointed at the thick stack of letters on the table. At that moment, the entire study was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stack of papers. From the moment they had entered the study, they had noticed that there was a stack of papers in front of Wang Chong, and these papers were covered in dense handwriting, the ink still wet. No one knew what Wang Chong had written, but they all knew that something that had taken 5 days and made Wang Chong so solemnly warn him about could not be simple. "Yes." The 4 of them respectfully answered and stepped forward, taking the thick stack of letters and leaving. However, even the 4 of them did not know that from the moment they stepped out of the room, that thick stack of letters would completely change the Tang dynasty, and even the surrounding countries. The storm of the day quickly passed, and as the east gradually brightened, the capital regained its calm. The phenomena caused by Wang Chang's writing in his study were nothing more than an illusion to the common people of the capital and had little effect on them. It only gave the people a little something to talk about, and the number of people protesting in the capital had not decreased in the slightest. West of the city, Lijing Meat Bun Shop. In the entire capital, the meat buns of this shop were extremely famous. It was said that the meat buns were founded by a couple surnamed Li and Zheng. Within the family, the meat buns had been passed down from father to son, and they had a history of more than 70 years. They were famous for their thin skin and thick filling, as well as their crispy, fragrant, and soft texture. In the capital, there were many customers who would travel 2 hours just to eat the meat buns from this shop. Early in the morning, the meat bun shop was steaming hot and fragrant. Many customers gathered at the entrance. "Boss, give me 3 meat buns." An azure-robed middle-aged scholar of around 30 suddenly spoke up, his body half leaning against a stall. As he spoke, he took out 3 copper coins from his bosom and placed them on the stall. "Scholar Zhang, are you still going to the tea house after eating your buns?" The owner of the bun shop greeted as he took out a bun. It was clear that he was very familiar with the azure-robed scholar. "Haha, that's right," the azure-robed scholar absent-mindedly replied as he turned his head to look at the bookstore. The bookstore was run by a 40-year-old bookseller with a long beard. Every morning, this bookseller would come here to sell books. Unlike the dynasties of the surrounding countries, the Tang dynasty was extremely cultured. Not just the scholars, but the common people also liked to buy and sell books, either to collect them or to pass them on to their families. And the azure-robed scholar had this taste. Every time he came, he would see if there were any newly published books. Whenever he found one, he would treat it like a treasure, immediately buying it and carefully reading it. But it had been a very long time since the azure-robed scholar had seen a new book. Suddenly, the azure-robed scholar's brow rose as he noticed that a book had appeared on the bookseller's stall. "Might Makes Right? What a strange name." The azure-robed scholar was flabbergasted. He had been reading and collecting books since he was 10, and it had been more than 20 years since then. He had seen all sorts of strange titles, but he had never seen anything like this, and it was impossible to tell what the title was about. Moreover, the feeling that this book gave him was completely different from any of the books he had collected in the past. "Shopkeeper, what book is this? Why have I never seen it before? Is it a new book from some old gentleman?" the middle-aged scholar asked. "Ah, so it was Scholar Zhang. That's not it. This is a new book that was just delivered this morning. And the person who wrote this book is also extremely famous. He's the king of foreign lands of our Tang dynasty. I heard that he poured his heart and soul into writing this book, and I'm planning to use it as the cornerstone treasure of this bookstore. When the time comes, I'll have a copy for my own collection." The bookseller beamed. "What?" Hearing the bookseller's words, the green-robed scholar was shocked, and his eyes widened. The king of foreign lands? He had long ago heard that the king of foreign lands was a strategist who could determine victory from 1,000 li away, and that he was the new war god of the Tang dynasty. But he had never heard that the king of foreign lands had such a deep understanding of the literary path, and was even able to publish a book. The azure-robed scholar suddenly left the meat bun store, grabbed the book from the bookstore, and happily opened it. But after a few quick glances, the scholar paled. "Shopkeeper, how much is this book?" 10 copper coins, but I'm not selling," the bookseller subconsciously said. However, before he could say the word sell, there was a ringing sound. 10 copper coins were quickly thrown onto the bookstore. The blue-robed scholar surnamed Zhang took the book and left without another word. "Hey! Your buns!" Thump, thump, thump. Hurried footsteps resounded through the Secretariat Advisor residence. 4 hours later, a Confucian sect disciple rushed into Li Juanxian's room. The weather was not hot, but the Confucian sect disciple was drenched in cold sweat, his expression extremely uneasy. "Young master, it's bad. The king of foreign lands has produced a book that's causing an uproar in Luoyang. Almost everyone in the capital has a copy, and the situation is extremely bad. Haha, is that so? Now that I think about it, it's about time for him to counterattack. But is his counterattack going to be writing a book? Li Junxian faintly smiled and waved his hand, his expression calm and unmoved. Whether it was the Tang dynasty's disarmament, the anti-war demonstrations, or the matter of the 3 great training camps, if the king of foreign lands didn't want to just sit and wait for death, he should have done something by now. If Wang Chong had done nothing, he would have been truly shocked. Young master, it's not like that. The situation is different this time. Young master, just take a look and you'll understand. To his surprise, Li Juanxian's words caused the cold sweat on the Confucian sect disciple's forehead to increase, and he became even more anxious. He seemed to have thousands of words in his mind, but he didn't know how to express them. His face flushed red. He opened a bag at his side and handed over the book he had bought in the market. Li Junxian had been spreading ink on a piece of xian paper. When the Confucian sect disciple handed it over, Li Junxian hadn't cared at all, but when he glanced at the 5 simple words on the first page, Li Juanxian's expression instantly changed. Let me see. Li Juanxian's expression suddenly turned extremely solemn. He had placed the ink brush on the xian paper, causing a large stain to appear on it, but he didn't even notice. Flap flap. Li Junxian took the book from the Confucian sect disciple and flipped it open. With just a glance, he felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. The blood instantly drained from his face, leaving behind none of his initial composure, confidence, and elegance. Impossible! This is impossible! Li Juanxian's entire body trembled as he stared at the book, his face paling. For the first time in his life, Li Junxian was thrown into disarray. At that moment, he finally understood why the Confucian sect disciple had been so panicked and uneasy. This was no simple book. This book was shaking the foundation of the Confucian sect and the Confucian school. Boom! Whether it was Li Junxian, the Confucian sect, the Grand Preceptor, or King Qi, none of them had expected Wang Chong's counterattack to be so fierce, so tyrannical, and so terrifying. After being recalled from Khorasan, Wang Chong had been stripped of all his military authority, and in the imperial court, the first prince Li Linfu, King Qi, the Grand Preceptor, and Li Junxian had basically monopolized the court. Everyone had believed that no matter how capable Wang Chong was, he would not be able to stir up much of a storm. But no one had expected that, even without military authority, Wang Chong would launch a storm of counterattacks that no military authority or court authority could achieve. This was because Wang Chong's attacks were aimed at the human heart. Might makes right, the strong preys on the weak. Such words, where is the benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of my Tang dynasty? In a bamboo forest in the capital, an old Confucian trembled in rage as he stared at the letter in his hand. Heresy! This is blatant heresy! Anyone who dares to say such things should be hanged. In another place, a fiery Confucian famed throughout the capital slammed his palm down on the table after reading this book, his entire body seething with rage. A mighty imperial prince of the Tang dynasty dares to say such things? He's worse than a dog or a pig. In another place, 4 or 5 Confucians who had criticized Wang Chong during the protest had gathered together, all of them furious. Chapter 1319. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Micah. At dawn, there were only a few books on the market, but in a few short moments, the number had increased to several hundred, then 1,000, and it was still increasing at an astonishing rate. 4 to 6 hours later, it was no longer just the capital. Even the prefectures of the 9 provinces outside the capital were in a frenzy, shaking the entire empire. Even many of the people participating in the demonstrations gave up on the demonstrations upon hearing about this book and began to carefully read it. 2 days, 3 days. The storm grew fiercer and fiercer, ultimately transforming into a storm that affected the entire Tang dynasty. Might makes right, the weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Peace will exist if you seek peace through war, peace will perish if you seek peace through compromise. Those who help themselves will be helped by the heavens. These novel views in the book were unprecedented. While it was refreshing for everyone, it also gave everyone a huge impact on their thinking. In the history of the Central Plains, there had never been a book like this, one that had so sharply and profoundly exposed the relationships between countries and people. And it had used this naked method to display the laws of survival for the masses. This was a movement to open the minds of the people. The capital was surging with more and more anti-war and peaceful demonstrations. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, causing many people to calm down. Longxi, Big Dipper City. Gashu Han stood on the smoky, war-scarred walls, fully armored, his hands held behind his back as he gazed at the Might Makes Right book that his subordinates had sent from the capital as quickly as possible. He stroked his beard and laughed, his entire person exhilarated. In Gashu Han's hands, this tiny book was a supreme treasure. Ha ha, a good book, a good book. Wang Chong, kid, this general truly didn't misjudge you. 1,000 memorials and 10,000 remonstrations can't compare to a book of tens of thousands of words. The ancients said that a silver tongue can surpass an army of 1,000,000. I didn't believe it before, but now this general believes it. Gashu Han's eyes shone with a strange light, and the gloom that had clouded his brow for days was instantly swept away. Ever since the appearance of the Confucian sect and its entry into the imperial court and suppression of the militarists, this was the best news he had ever heard. God bless the Tang dynasty. With you in the Central Plains, the country will continue to prosper and the years will not end. Gashu Han's hearty laughter echoed far into the void. Ha ha ha, good good good. Wang Chong, you really are the person I know. I knew that you wouldn't let the people's morale deteriorate to such an extent. Meanwhile, in the distant Anxi Protectorate headquarters, Gao Xianji was looking at the copy of Might Makes Right that had been delivered day and night from the capital, his entire being bursting with excitement. When it rains, it pours. This was the current Tang dynasty, and it was also the feeling in Gao Xianji's heart. In just a short period of time, the entire Tang dynasty had collapsed. Too many things had happened. In the face of such a situation, even an important minister of the empire like Gao Xianji felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Martial power was not omnipotent. There were some places that not even martial power could reach. Commanders can't leave their encampment without permission. Just this point alone made Gao Xianji powerless. There was nothing he could do. This brat, he really dares to say anything. In the distant biting protectorate headquarters, Sishun muttered to himself as he read the news in his hand and the book, Might Makes Right, on the table. This brat truly has guts. In the distant lands of Yuzhou, Zhang Shogui finished reading the news in his hand and sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately left. That brat from the capital had truly surprised him, but Zhang Shogui's mind was currently elsewhere. Have you found the tracks of those two traitors? My lord, we've already found them. They're in the territory of the Shi and the Khitans. A whoosh. While Wang Chang's Might Makes Right was being wantonly printed in the Tang dynasty and spread throughout the continent, countless carrier pigeons were also flying to the countries bordering the Tang dynasty. More than 4,000 meters above sea level, in the royal capital, in the heart of the Uzun Plateau, Dalen Trinling's brow was tightly furrowed, his body motionless. Next to his hand were two items. One was the intelligence report from the Tang dynasty's capital, and the other was Wang Chang's book, Might Makes Right. This book had been delivered to him for a very long time, and from the moment he had received it, Dalen Trinling had remained motionless, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Prime Minister, the Tang dynasty has the Confucian sect restraining the militarists. This should have been an extremely rare opportunity for us, but now that the King of Foreign Lands has written this book, it's extremely disadvantageous to us. Great General Namri Songtian of the Uzun Yarlung royal lineage stood behind Dalen Trinling, his expression fraught with worry. The Tang dynasty was the undisputed center of the world. The slightest disturbance in the wind would quickly spread to the surrounding countries, and even the ordinary resolutions of the imperial court would be spread to the other countries as quickly as possible, let alone such a major event. Prime Minister, if the King of Foreign Lands really does succeed, it'll be extremely disadvantageous to us. Not only will our plan to use the Confucian sect to suppress the Tang dynasty's army fail, once the entire Tang dynasty, perhaps even the entire Central Plains, is transformed from sheep into tigers and wolves, as described in his book, it will be a true threat to us. Namri Songtian said. Uzun and the Tang dynasty had been embroiled in grudges for centuries, with both victories and defeat. To Namri Songtian, this was a normal phenomenon. In a few decades, no matter how badly it was defeated, Uzun would be able to recover. As long as he could wait, the humiliation and crushing defeat that Uzun felt at the hands of the Tang dynasty would be returned 100-fold to the Tang dynasty. But this book was completely different. Given the enormous influence that Wang Chong had on the Tang dynasty, if he really did succeed, the entire Tang dynasty would accept his ideals and become a country of tigers and wolves. That would truly be the end of Uzun. How is this matter affecting the Tang dynasty? Dalen Trinling suddenly asked. Everyone is rushing to buy it, and paper is expensive in Luoyang. Namri Songtian only said a few words. The influence of Wang Chong's book was far greater than he had expected, which was why he was deeply concerned. This matter has already happened, and nothing we can do can change it. We can only think of a way to minimize the impact of this matter. Dalen Trinling's expression was calm, but there was a rare ripple of emotion in the depths of his eyes. Although he had not yet met Wang Chong, in this first exchange, Dalen Trinling had already sensed the threat that the Tang dynasty's King of Foreign Lands posed. There was no question that this was an extremely powerful opponent. Inform our people in the Central Plains to do everything in their power to buy this book, no matter the price. Completely destroying this book is impossible, but we can make it so that as few people as possible see it. In addition, inform Li Junxian that the King of Foreign Lands' actions make us feel very uneasy. This is not the behavior of a peaceful country. Have the Confucian sect think of a way to resolve this matter. Dalen Trinling said. The King of Foreign Lands was no easy character to deal with. The only way to deal with him was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Flap flap. Eagles flew off in every direction. On the distant Mount Sanmi, the title of Might Makes Right was just a few words, but it was enough to cause an earthquake on Mount Sanmi. Bastard, how could something like this happen? With a furious roar like that of a lion, there was a loud crash from the golden tent on the summit. Countless objects, including tables and chairs, were sent flying by Ishbara Kagan's sweep. Within the tent, Ishbara Kagan's eyes were wide open, his chest heaving. In the Battle of Talas, the Tang dynasty had used its 100,000 soldiers to defeat an opponent 10 times its size. In the Battle of Khorasan, the Arabs had suffered countless casualties, more than 1 million in total. Even an Arab war god like Qutayba had died at Wang Chong's hand. Ishbara Kagan had always believed that the Western Turkic Khaganate was extremely powerful, but it had not reached the level of the Arabian Empire. If not even Arabia was a match for the Tang dynasty, who else in the region could oppose the Tang dynasty? It was precisely this series of battles that shattered Ishbara Kagan's confidence, making him apprehensive of the Tang dynasty and the King of Foreign Lands. No, it was no longer just apprehension. From a certain perspective, it was fear. Ishbara Kagan's fear had played a major role in allowing the Western Turkic Khaganate to so quickly agree to reduce its army. Just what is that Confucian sect of the Tang dynasty doing? Do they know what will happen if this book is completely spread through the Tang dynasty and everyone accepts its ideas? Ishbara Khagan found it impossible to remain calm. This book gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than an army of 1 million. No one understood the terror of this book more than he did. It was a true scourge. Whether it was the Western Turkic Khaganate or the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, they had been able to suppress the dynasties of the Central Plains, which had 10 times their population, for most of their history. Whether it was the Tang or the Sui, they had been forced to passively defend against their attacks time and time again. This was because the Turks were wolves while the Tang dynasty was sheep, or rather, a Confucian. To use the words of an expert of the steppe, the Confucian was cowardice. Wolves eating sheep was a matter of course, but if the Tang people of the Central Plains accepted the ideas of the King of Foreign Lands, accepted the ideas of this book, then the Western Turks would no longer have to face a sheep, but a wolf as fierce as themselves, perhaps even more terrifying. This was what Ishbara Khagan deeply feared. Chapter 1320. There was no doubt that if the King of Foreign Lands really did succeed, it would no longer be as simple as victory or defeat in a single battle. It would determine the fate of the world for the next 100 years, perhaps even longer. A Tang dynasty where all its citizens were soldiers, believed in the theory of the strong, and possessed the ambition to expand would be the nightmare of all the surrounding countries. Your Majesty, now is not the time to consider such matters. Kuro, send people to keep a close watch on the Tang dynasty's movements in the capital. If this matter is not handled properly and that brat's ideas are accepted by the entire Tang dynasty, there will be a major war. Wunu Shibi suddenly said, his eyes fixed on a fierce Western Turkic general at his side. Yes, my lord. The latter received the order, turned around, and quickly walked out. Gursa, pass on my order. All soldiers are to be on full alert and prepare for war. Ishbara Khagan came back to his senses at Wunu Shibi's reminder. The Western Turks were powerless to do anything about what was happening in the capital of the Tang dynasty. They could only prepare for the worst and wait for the situation to develop. Goguryeo, the Shi, the Khitans, and Mengshi Zhao of the southwest. The events in the capital of the Tang dynasty made all of these empires uneasy and fearful. Putting aside the reactions of the various factions, the appearance of Wang Chong's might makes right had set the capital ablaze like a barrel of gunpowder. The effects of this matter were far greater than anyone had expected. Wang Chong's influence had attracted the attention of everyone from the imperial court to the common people. The noisy demonstration quieted down in an instant. Every tea-house and tea-house was filled with people discussing the book. Swords and sabers can destroy the body, but they cannot destroy a person's beliefs. In the conflicts between countries, between peoples, in the boundless forest of darkness, if one does not recognize the importance of courage and strength, the only path left for him is death. In a restaurant in the capital, a man held a book in his hand as he muttered to himself. The words that Wang Chong had written on the last page of Might Makes Right had attracted his attention. In the book published by Wang Chong, there were many sentences that caused heated discussions. This paragraph was one of the most famous. The man muttered to himself as if he had realized something. After the initial excitement and strong anti-war sentiment, he suddenly calmed down, and a look of reflection appeared in his eyes. Perhaps peace isn't wrong, but it's not as easy as you think. It requires a huge price and effort. Just like the book says, only courage and force can maintain this hard-won peace. The man gripped the scroll in his hand tightly, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. He had read so many books, but none of them had ever given him such a unique feeling or triggered such an epiphany. At the same time, the same situation was occurring in every corner of the capital. Might makes right. These 5 simple words were like flames that quickly swept across the entire divine land, unlocking the wisdom of the people and making them reflect from the depths of their hearts. This kind of influence was far beyond imagination. All the anti-war voices quieted down overnight, but under this calm, waves of undercurrents were surging. How dare you? This is simply too impudent. He's just a martial artist with no achievements in learning, yet he wants to write a book. Just who gave him the courage to question the teachings of Confucius and Mencius? That's right. We can't allow this heretical theory. Everyone, join together to impeach the king of foreign lands. Once this kind of pig-dog theory spreads and takes root, it will plague the world for 1,000 years. Not even 100 deaths of the youngest son of the Wang clan will be enough to atone for his crimes. The 3 cardinal principles and 5 virtues, ruler as ruler, subject as minister, father as father, son as son. This is the root of the world, the foundation of all things. If everything is destroyed to the point that nothing remains, how would that be? In a school in the western part of the capital, 10-some Confucians had gathered together, all of them extremely agitated and furious. The ideas in Wang Chang's book were spreading through the capital, and even their students had a copy. The Confucian school was based on benevolence and righteousness, but for them to read such heretical theories of the strong preying on the weak was a great humiliation. They had already seized several batches of books from their schools, but they were still unable to stop them. Report this matter to the schoolmaster. No matter what, we have to stop it from continuing. Finally, one of the Confucians stood up, an agitated expression on his face. Similar events were taking place in the schools and temples of the northern and southern parts of the capital. All the information was being sent out like snowflakes, ultimately gathering in one place and being delivered to the Secretariat Advisor residence in the western part of the capital. At this moment, the hall of the Secretariat Advisor residence had been cleared of all the tables and chairs that had been used to entertain guests. Li Junxian was seated cross-legged in the center of the hall. Around him were piles of petitions from the various Confucians and Confucians of the various lands. These letters were almost all denouncing Wang Chong and his might makes right, each letter brimming with intense anger. But what worried Li Junxian the most was the information that these letters would inadvertently reveal. The book and the ideas in the book were like a plague, spreading wantonly among the people, and the scope of its influence was getting bigger and bigger. No matter what, this matter has to be stopped. Li Junxian's eyes had long ago lost all of their high spirits, leaving only deep worry, unease, and a kind of resolve. His entire life, including the entire Confucian sect, had been preparing for one thing. At this crucial moment, Li Junxian could not allow anyone to ruin it. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to do such a thing would be his greatest enemy. Whoosh! In a gust of wind, countless pages flew in front of Li Junxian. If one looked carefully, one would see that these pages were the copies of Might Makes Right that Li Junxian had sent people to buy from the market. They were arranged in an arc around Li Junxian, the contents of which Li Junxian had memorized by heart. Wang Chong, you brought this upon yourself. Li Junxian raised his head, a harsh light in his eyes. At this moment, all the knowledge he had learned and all the aspirations he had harbored gathered in his mind. Li Junxian grabbed a brush and wrote 3 large words on the paper: benevolence and righteousness. Oh! A gale swept out from Li Junxian's Secretariat Advisor residence, spreading throughout the capital. With Wang Chang's publication of Might Makes Right, another storm had begun. The capital was destined to find it hard to calm down. 8 days after Wang Chang's Might Makes Right was published, the other 2 books, Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts, swept through the Tang dynasty like a hurricane. The author of these 2 books was none other than the illustrious figure of the Tang dynasty, the Secretariat Advisor Li Junxian, who had used his silver tongue to persuade the surrounding countries of the Tang dynasty to voluntarily reduce their armies by nearly 1 million soldiers. These 2 books used Wang Chang's Might Makes Right as the core of their attacks, completely refuting it. One was a Secretariat Advisor, while the other was an Advisor-in-Waiting advisor, both of whom had made great contributions to the Tang dynasty. The conflict and dispute between the two quickly caused a stir throughout the Tang dynasty. "Boss, give me a copy." "I also want one, I also want one." "It's not one, it's two." "What? They're gone so quickly?" The various bookstores of the capital were packed with people and carriages. In just a single day, Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts had been completely bought out. All the printers had been working overtime, and all the capital's production capacity had been invested, but it was still not enough to satisfy the demands of the people of the capital. This was an unprecedented storm, even more so than the previous party struggle. Although no one had said it, everyone knew that Li Junxian represented the Confucian school while Wang Chong represented the militarists. His book, Might Makes Right, represented the stance of the militarists, and the ideals Wang Chong had expounded in it had thoroughly infuriated the entire Confucian school. Li Junxian's Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts had been published precisely because of this. The clash between the two represented the entire Tang dynasty, a full-scale clash between the militarists and the Confucians, and this clash was highly likely to decide the future of the entire Tang dynasty, perhaps even the entire Central Plains. Every single person, every single force, smelled an extremely dangerous scent from it. A storm is brewing. The entire Tang dynasty is about to undergo a massive transformation. In a massive estate in the western part of the city, the head of a great clan held Might Makes Right in one hand and Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts in the other, his eyes suffused with deep concern. The conflicts taking place in the capital had even caused great clans like them to tremble in fear. They felt as if they were in grave danger, and the slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into the abyss, their bodies smashed and their bones smashed. He doesn't know etiquette, doesn't understand benevolence and righteousness. If everyone revered power, wouldn't they be no different from beasts? Well said. What might makes right. This is nothing but a crooked path. Someone should have stood up long ago and taught him a lesson. In a bamboo forest in the southern part of the city, a group of Confucians had gathered under a small bridge over a stream. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they held Li Junxian's Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts. After waiting for so long, the Confucian school's counterattack had finally come, fast, vicious, and fierce. So what if he's the king of foreign lands? So what if he's the son of foreign lands' disciple? Since he dared to publish such a heretical theory, he must be utterly disgraced and spurned by everyone. Let's use this Might Makes Right book as a turning point. Let's work together and make it difficult for him to retreat unscathed. The Confucians excitedly said. Chapter 13:21. This conflict is an opportunity. Putting aside the matter of Khorasan, we have to help the king of foreign lands no matter what. That's right. We generals have always been quick with our actions but clumsy with our word. Thus, our militarists have always been suppressed by the Confucians. Now that the king of foreign lands has written a book and spoken for the militarists, we have to support him no matter what. Helping him is also helping ourselves. In the restaurant, the two stared at each other, seeing the same resolve in each other's eyes. Since ancient times, there had been far too few militarists who had written books, and even if there had been, they had discussed the art of war. Other than generals, no one else had ever read them. As for things like the weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest, law of the jungle, and dark forest, no one had ever mentioned them. Not even the most formidable generals in history, the war god or the military god, had ever used such a method to expound the essence of the militarist's thoughts so deeply and so widely, and to make it acceptable to the common people. The Confucians have already launched their attack, and Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts are only the beginning. There will probably be even more operations to be carried out. We have to think of a way to make the king of foreign lands theories deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and spread them as widely as possible. The two of them glanced at each other and clinked their wine glasses. A moment later, they quickly left the restaurant. Flap, flap. At every moment in the capital, countless carrier pigeons and eagles flew off in every direction. Ever since Li Juanxian's Benevolence and Righteousness and The Theory of Birds and Beasts were published, the two schools of thought had fiercely clashed in the capital, attracting the attention of all the sovereigns of the surrounding countries. Uzun, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, Mengshizhao, the Shi, the Khitans, the Abbasid Caliphate. The entire world was paying close attention to this clash of ideas taking place in the center of the Tang dynasty. This storm of the Tang dynasty is no longer just about themselves. It also concerns our Goguryeo Empire and all the surrounding countries. He dispatched the king of the ancient kingdom and gave him 1,000,000 taels of gold to bribe the booksellers of the Tang dynasty so that Li Juanxian's Benevolence and Righteousness and Theory of Birds and Beasts could reach the hands of the Tang people as quickly and cheaply as possible. I want all the Tang people to buy these two books at a price lower than the cost of printing. If we allow that king of foreign lands and his might makes right to win this war, our Goguryeo Empire will not be able to invade the Great Tang. The entire empire will be consigned to eternal damnation. Standing on the high walls of Baisa city with 6 sabers on his back, the Goguryeo Emperor Yun Gaesaman, whose fighting style was different from any other expert, gazed in the direction of the boundless central plains with an unprecedentedly grave expression. He had participated in many battles and clashed with Zhang Shogui many times. Going further back, he had defeated countless famous generals of the Tang dynasty. However, no war could compare to the ideological storm in the capital of the Tang dynasty, which made him feel so much risk. Invisible sabers were often the fastest and sharpest to kill. Gallop. Following Yun Gaesaman's orders, in just a few hours, a team of several hundred people quietly left the Goguryeo Empire with a huge amount of gold. Although Zhang Shogui and his Anong Protectorate Army had sealed off the northeastern region of Yuzhou, making it almost impossible for the Goguryans to pass through, there was still another path, the water route. However, there was another path called Waterway. Starting from Maruto City, if the wind was right and the journey was fast, one would be able to quickly bypass Yuzhou and reach the inland. Meanwhile, on the distant Uzun Plateau, a massive vulture flew down from the clouds and landed in the royal capital. The Confucians are finally showing signs of movement. If we want to deal with the Tang people, we still have to use the Tang people. After reading the letter in his hand, Dalen Trinling gave a slight sigh. Tell the Eastern and Western Turks that a good show is about to begin. Inform them. In the name of the 3 kingdoms, inform the Tang dynasty that the king of foreign lands has always been a threat to the 3 kingdoms and the Tang dynasty. If they can successfully deal with the king of foreign lands and minimize the effects of this matter, then the Uzun and the Eastern and Western Turks will all be allies of the Tang dynasty. If Arabia attacks, the 3 kingdoms are willing to assist the Tang dynasty in resisting Arabia. Prime Minister, are we really going to ally with the Tang dynasty? The general responsible for recording the letter asked, his entire body frozen in shock. Dalen Trinling said nothing, only shot a cold glance at the general. The general trembled and paled, but he immediately understood and continued to bury his brush in his desk, furiously scribbling away on his paper. We can only rely on that young Confucian to deal with the king of foreign lands. I am confident that once he sees this letter, he will understand what to do. With a wave of his sleeve, Dalen Trinling left the hall. On the other side, in the capital of the Tang dynasty, flap flap, countless messenger pigeons flew over the high walls of the Wang family residence and landed in the deepest courtyard. Bang! A few moments later, Su Shixian and Su Qi rushed into Wang Chang's room. "Milord, it's bad. The situation is bad. That Li Junxian of the Confucian sect wrote 2 books, one on benevolence and righteousness and the other on birds and beasts. The entire capital is in an uproar, and all the Confucians are joining together to oppose us. Su Shixian and Su Kui were panting for breath, their faces red and their expressions very uneasy. Wang Chong's might makes right had caused an even greater stir in the capital than imagined. His voluminous speech of tens of thousands of words had deeply agitated all the learned and learned Confucians, inciting their fierce opposition. Countless learned Confucians were working together to impeach Wang Chong, and countless learned and learned Confucians were already writing essays criticizing Wang Chong, following Li Juanxian's example. In the capital, Wang Chong had become the target of public criticism. Countless storms were sweeping toward the Wang clan and Wang Chong, causing the two to feel extremely worried and uneasy. The mouth of the masses can melt metal, and the accumulated slander can melt away the bones. Since ancient times, no military strategist had ever offended the entire Confucian school like Wang Chong. This power was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Su Shixian and Su Kui couldn't help but worry. "I know." An indifferent voice rang out in their ears. Wang Chong was seated behind a table, his expression extremely calm. This voice was imbued with an indescribable might, causing Su Shixian and Su Kui to fall silent. The two of them stared in shock at Wang Chong. "What will come sooner or later. There's no need to worry about the Confucian school," Wang Chong indifferently said. His hand gripping the brush, he began to write on the paper. A few moments later, he finished writing the last few words and then casually tossed the brush back into the brush rack. "Since I've written Might Makes Right, I might as well publish this War Debates as well. Arrange for this book to be printed as quickly as possible." Some papers were stacked on top of the table. They weren't as thick as Might Makes Right, but they weren't thin either. "Yes, Your Highness." The two of them lowered their heads and respectfully replied. Wang Chong nodded. This War Debates was a book based on the relationship between countries in Might Makes Right, and it also included methods of war and goals of war. In the Battle of Khorasan, Wang Chong had obtained 1 billion taels of gold from Arabia, shocking the entire empire. This novel method had never been used before, and even Gao Xianji had been given a massive shock. Without occupying the other side's land, without killing a large number of enemies, one could rely on negotiations and threats to obtain enormous benefits that would benefit the entire empire. This made all the generals feel refreshed. War was to serve the interests of the empire. This was a simple principle, but in this era, in this world, not many people understood this. At the time, Wang Chong had already thought of writing a book that would change the thinking of war in this era. Now that he was riding this wave, he might as well write it together. In addition, Su Shixian, Su Kui, how are the preparations for the things I had you prepare? Wang Chong stood up from behind the table, his hands behind his back. "Replying to Your Highness, although it took some time, Your Highness has found all the things you were looking for. In this aspect, young Master Chun Burang has done a great job." Su Shixian bowed as he spoke. Facts speak louder than words. Remember, our opponent is not the Confucians, but the hearts of the world. Saying 1,000 things or saying 10,000 things is far inferior to seeing it with one's own eyes. Begin the operation. Wang Chong's gaze pierced through the open door to the boundless sky, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Clap. After making all these arrangements, Wang Chong flung his sleeves and left the room, turning around to enter another room. The room was pitch black, the doors and windows tightly shut. There was no light, only the black-clothed old eagle standing there, silently waiting. "How is it?" Wang Chong asked. "Replying to Your Highness, General Bahram has successfully escaped. In addition, according to Your Highness's orders, we have already threatened the Arabs. Relay Milord's words to them. If the Arabs continue to pursue, the Second Battle of Khorasan will soon take place. The Arabs are still very wary of Your Highness. Although the pursuing army was extremely unwilling, they still retreated. In addition, General Su Han's Han ambushed them with ballistae on the way. This has made them much more obedient, Eagle said. He had traveled through the night from Uzan and the western regions. This was an important matter, and Eagle had personally come to give an account. Very good. Hearing these words, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. No matter what, this can be considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. The journey from the capital to Khorasan was a long one, but even so, he had always been paying attention to what was happening in Khorasan. Qing Qianli, Su Han's Han, and Li Sai had marched 1,000 li, and although they had ultimately failed to alter the Sassanid dynasty's fate of destruction, they had still managed to arrive at the last moment, save Bahram and the Angora cataphracts, and persuade the agitated Bahram to conserve his strength and carry out a strategic retreat.